Championship Darts Corporation presents the Winmau Darts Championship, coming to you live from Niagara Falls, New York.
Thank you, Jim, and welcome everyone to weekend number 1 live in Niagara Falls, New York, as we start the road to the 2026 Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. This is event number 1, the Winmau Darts Championship. I'm Sean Green, joined by my partner in comms, Dave Garfinkel. Dave, it is a pleasure to be here with you tonight, even if it is virtual.
Absolutely excited to be here, Sean. Privileged to be here. It's going to be an unbelievable night, an unbelievable start to the CDC Tour this year. That we got a lot of big names returning and a lot of big names coming back to the tour this year that haven't been here for a couple of years, and it's going to be an exciting year for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked some big names that we're going to have. First of all, record turnout for a number of tour card holders that are here this weekend. 99 is my calculations. And I know a lot of that is the big apple or carrot at the end of the stick, which is tomorrow night to see if you can qualify for the U.S. Darts Masters at Madison Square Garden. But you still have a lot of great matchups this evening. We already have some matches that are off and running, with Ram Guevara Jr. already winning 5-1 against Nathan Humphreys. But a lot of people here, a lot of excitement, so to speak. Talk about some of those big names that are returning this year after taking a couple years off.
You know, we got Matt Campbell coming back to the tour this year after unfortunately losing his tour card overseas. He's been absent for the last 3 years because he hasn't been able to play due to PDC rules. Danny Lauby is committing himself again to the full CDC tour this year. We got Jeff Smith coming back. Hopefully we'll see Danny Baggish this year, who just put on a display at Modus last week. So we got some heavy hitters coming back to stir up the pot and stir up those rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, our main streaming board tonight does feature a heavy hitter that has really shown up since some of those guys have been on tour full time, in Adam Savvada, that will be the board favorite this evening as our U.S. number 1 player. But you got, starting off this match is going to be, or this evening, is Gary Brooks from Casper, Wyoming, taking on Danny Rousano from Cleveland, Ohio. And I think this is going to be a great matchup here to get us started.
It's definitely going to be. Gary this year has actually already been in great form on the WDF circuit, and earlier this year finishing runner-up in the ADO 501 Nationals to Leonard Gage, throwing a heck of a final and falling 1 dart shy of being the 501 national champion for the US. So I mean, he's been hitting that 90 average gear in some of his matches. The issue is kind of finding that consistency, but when he's feeling it, he's feeling it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned it. When he's feeling it, he's feeling it. And to be the runner-up of the ADO National Championship is nothing to sneeze at, to say the least. But I mean, first of all, taking on Leonard Gates in the final and taking him to the last leg decider, we know how good Leonard's been. He's our winningest player on tour this season, or 97 overall in the CDC, and let alone the numerous things he's done overseas. But talk to us about Danny Rousano, who's coming in here from Cleveland. This is going to be his first full season on tour.
Yeah, I believe he got called up a couple times last year as an associate. Got his tour card this year. Definitely a solid player. Definitely darts is in his blood. His parents have been staples in the darting community forever. I believe his mother passed away early this year or late last year, unfortunately, but they always ran the Cleveland Extravaganza. That was their dart tournament. So I mean, he grew up in the game. He loves the game. As he finds his way into that triple 20 with that third dart.
Yeah, you always love the smell in the air of the very first match, of the very first event of the 2026 season. Here to see Trish Gressick's on the call for this one. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this year. I think it's going to be the best year yet. We are upping the payouts. We're upping a lot of things that are a lot of enticing things for the CDC players this season on tour, which is why a lot of them are here. Gary's going to try and set up this beautifully from 200. And you might as well hit another triple 20. Leave double 10. There's nothing wrong with that.
120.
Well, big fat 5 will do.
Overthought that a little bit there.
I would concur. Well, Danny, seeing if we can get a big checkout here.
Oof. Just sits on the wire with that first start to not give him
44.
the chance. And definitely not the setup that he was looking for, as he's still going to be over 100 when he comes back. Gary should be looking trip 17 here.
18 will leave tops.
For tops.
35.
Just above the wire there on that one. And we're just going to start pointing to each other here as we are virtual folks in the booth this weekend. Dave in New Jersey, me in Indiana. Ooh, double 16.
90.
Just a bit inside. That would have been a huge checkout to get us started in this match.
And that was a great look to steal this leg. Little wily there for Gary. Double 16, same target Danny just missed, and he misses it on the inside as well.
Danny was staring intently at those 3 darts. Now excited for that opportunity, and he does hold his throw in leg number 1. But listen, you get that first leg on the board, that's going to loosen up the shoulder, especially playing in your first full season here on the CDC Tour. As Gary getting started here in leg number 2. And yeah, I think just
76.
It's going to be a little slow moving to get us started here. That's typically the case as it happens to occur. But we do have some updates for you on matches 1 and players moving on to the top 64. Ram Guevara Jr., we mentioned that early on, 5-1 victory over Nathan Humphreys. Nick McKinnon, the Alaskan, 5-1 victory over Sean Kelly. Drew Anuski, 5-2 over Garrett French, and averaged 81 in the process. Justin Fawcett, we know him extremely well, 5-2 victory over Patrick Gariglia. Charlie Harrison, 5-3 over Carson Brinson.
80.
And then Brandon Goddard just coming in here, 5-3 victory over Jared Carbaugh. And a lot of great players that are out there on the floor currently, Dave.
83.
Muted. You're muted. You're still muted.
Thank you.
Hey, there you are.
Hey, I'm back, guys.
You had a lot of great things to say. Talk to me about it.
I did.
100.
Just on the floor, we got a lot of the young talent on the CDC that are making debuts this year in Stow Bunts. Liam McNeil, the young kid from Canada that represented Canada last year at the JDC World Cup. Ryan
45.
Avellino, who's represented the U.S.
Danny, you require
prior years at the
127.
World Cup. So yeah, it's exciting that we have this kind of a lot of kids that have come through the CDC youth program and evolution tour now
57.
coming up to the main tour and working through that system is exciting to see.
Yeah, you mentioned a good one there in Liam McNeil. I saw him last year at the Cleveland Extravaganza, and it was one of those things where it's like, oh, this kid's going to be good.
41.
He was throwing phenomenal there in the youth event, the boys final. And yeah, it's going to take him a little bit to really get settled on tour, but big miss there on the single 20 needed from Rousano. But I think once he does, his throw is smooth enough to where he can go to great lengths.
Gary, you require
Absolutely.
151.
It's going to be exciting to see. Don't quite understand that last dart by Rousano.
40. Danny, you require 55.
Gary on his own throw, only 40 scored. So Danny on 55. Tops left for Rousano to take a 2-0 lead and break the throw. Oh, that's a big miss. So he'll have to move down and set it up. Misses again on dart 3 too. So opportunity for Brooks.
111, big checkout to ask. Trip 17 to leave tops. Gets the trip 17.
71.
Oh, and just high again on the tops. same spot. I believe the first start at tops went in the first leg.
All right, Rousano's got cleanup duty on aisle 21. Not a great number to have yourself on unless you're playing blackjack, and we are not. He goes 17 for double two.
Game shot in the
And I like the look of it because it goes in, and it's a 2-0 lead. Break a throw there from Danny Rousano.
I mean, who are you to argue when they hit it?
Not me. We do have one top 64 match going on. Danny Young versus Marco Gonthier is what I'm going to say there, even though it's probably like Gonther. But it's 1-1 scoreline there. I like putting an emphasis on the Canadian names when I can. Jeff Smith up 4-0 on Chris Waite.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see Jeff back on tour. He's definitely one of those names that adds validity. And when you have a tour like this and you want the best of the best, he's one of those guys that you need competing in it. And instantly becomes one of the top guys when it comes to the Canadian spots for anything now.
Anything, yeah. You mentioned it, and of course, we do know that Jeff has one main goal here this weekend. It's not to win
86.
event number 1 or event number 2. It's to win that third event, technically, that we're not streaming tomorrow evening, which is the U.S. Darts Masters qualifier.
Correct.
45.
But a deep run in the regular CDC main tours also helps because this year the CDC has more spots to offer for the US Dart Masters than normal with less
78.
PDC tour card holders. So now with 5 spots up for grabs, 3 of them are going through the qualifier. The other 2 are going to go to your top American and top Canadian through the first 4 CDC events. So
41.
perform in these events and you could also earn the spot.
There you go. So sweep the events, you're in a good position as well.
Correct.
Rousano had the Grand Slam breakfast the last time.
30.
Running, just marching a little bit here, left and right, early on in this leg. But he does have the advantage over Gary Brooks, who's just struggling to score. Gary's overall average in the CDC is around 77.
59.
So, and we saw, you mentioned it at the very beginning, he can average 90s, and he's just not there this evening.
No, they're just not clicking for him right now. I mean, for the most part, he's not missing by much,
85.
but it's enough that it's
Contagious.
just looking uncomfortable.
One of our young guns from last year who had a
132.
great
Danny
opening
require 117.
season, and Tyler Reddy's out, losing to John Schauman 5-3 in the top 128. So a bit of an upset there early on.
Yeah. Tyler was one of
72.
those
Gary
Canadians
require
last year that was
110.
just putting in nice runs between him, Rory Hansen, Jason Roker. They were kind of just, I mean, Caden Newberry was
98.
another one of those guys, not
Yep.
Canadian, but American,
Danny
that was
require
just putting in those
45.
top 8, occasionally getting a top 4, top 16 runs, which will put you in a good position.
5.
Ooh, Rousano
Gary
went up
required
way too
12.
high there on those last 2 darts. So it gives Gary an opportunity. He's fought back in this leg, leaves double 6.
You feel this
Game
almost
shot
has
in
to
the
go,
third leg.
and it
Gary
does.
Brooks.
It's a
So he
break
gets the
right
break
now.
back.
Folks, we can't tell you how much we appreciate you joining us here. If you're watching along on PDC.TV, welcome. Good to have you on PDC.TV. It's
141.
honestly, it's always an honor and a pleasure and a privilege to have our voices on there and our great players showcased on the PDC.TV app.
95.
And then, of course, if you're watching along on YouTube, shout out to all of those that are commenting right now how terrible the commentary is, because they're saying the same thing twice in a row.
45.
Twice in a row.
I see what you did there. Hossie Hicks, 5-2 victory over Nick McCoy.
85.
Jimmy Jones, the general, 5-3 victory over Eddie Pope. And then Jeff Smith, 5-0 over Chris Waite. Making a statement.
And they drove up together.
Well, he was
Eddie
not
Pope
nice to his
and
friend.
Eddie Pope and
Oh.
Jimmy Jones.
Yes. I feel like that's happened a couple of times with Jimmy and
Yes.
an opponent.
Yes. It also happened a bunch last year with
135.
Patrick Gariglia and Robbie Peckman coming up together from the Maryland area.
Yep. And a reminder, folks, we also do have 4 other streaming boards going on PTC.tv. So
43.
if you're looking to see what's happening on
Danny
boards
require
2, 3, 4, and
141.
5, that is where you're going to find all of those live darts without this great commentary, of course. So is it even worth it?
Nope.
45.
The answer is supposed to be yes. You failed already on your first mission here. As Gary steps up, trying to put some pressure on this 96 that Danny's left.
Yeah, I mean, Danny, once again, is just
47.
outscoring Gary, getting down to
Danny
the finishes
require
before him.
96.
Just has to clean it up and take that break right back. He's going to stay there, look to late. No, he was going double-double.
56. Gary, you require 124.
Don't necessarily hate it because it leaves that setup play, but Gary, the 124 opportunity, this would be a huge hole to throw to get us back on throw. Not going to do it here. That one a single 18, so going to move back to the 20s.
Danny, you require 40.
Would have left 26 if you would have hit that, but Rousano tops for a 3-1 lead. That's a good marker.
20. Gary, you require
Oh man, we are so good at
66.
this.
66 for Brooks. 16 for Tops.
Game shot in the 4th
And he
leg.
buries
Gary
it this
Brooks.
time, and we are all tied up
leg.
at 2-2.
Danny to throw first. Game
I think
on.
my best Marv. Bang! It goes in for that 2-2 score line. And we're back on throw, just
45.
like Dave just said, because of course I'm going to repeat him all night long. I mean, how huge was that 66 checkout? Or honestly, the misses from Danny.
Correct. I mean,
60.
they both carry their own weight, and your opponent missing is big, but you still need to be able to capitalize on it. And this was one of the first times that Gary was able to capitalize on that.
100.
But once again, Danny finding that trip 20 and off and running in the scoring phases.
And there are a lot of great matchups going on out there
95.
currently. On board number 3, it's Stowe Bunts versus Michael Wynn. Board 2 is Ryan Avellino taking on Robbie Techman. Another one of those young guys there in
23.
Avellino. And then Liam McNeil, young gun, versus Davey Main there on board number 4. And then on board number 5, that one just finished up with Just Smith over Chris Waite.
100.
So,
Yep.
A lot of great darts out there currently. And then, of course, right now, Danny Lobby taking on Nicholas Cripps, 1-1 score line. Cripps, the former Evolution Tour champion.
Correct.
140.
And last year played in the Youth World Championships via being the top Canadian in the Evo Tour.
Gary's starting to score a little bit better.
136.
Those doubles start to go, and he's starting to find it. We'll be the first to a finish now.
And I'm going to tell you a name to watch is going to be board 8, Fred Kruger. He has been throwing some unbelievable stuff, and once he gets comfortable,
60.
he's going to make a
Gary,
little
you
bit of
require
noise.
110.
Please tell me his dart nickname is the Nightmare.
I don't think he has one. I mean, it should
It's the
be.
Nightmare. Yeah,
Only in the 13th leg.
58.
and only
Gary,
on
you
Elm Street.
require 133.
But Elm Street does represent every street,
95.
and that's the beauty of it.
Gary, you
Good setup
require
play there from
52.
Rousano, but Gary Brooks on 52. He has a couple different routes he can take. It's going to be the 12 for Tops. For the first lead in the match,
12.
not going to
Danny,
do so,
you
and
require 38.
Danny was, again, looking hard in the background at what Gary was doing, just
Game
licking
shot
his
to
chops
fifth
for this
leg.
opportunity
Danny
and buries
Rousano.
it to hold his
Sixth
throw.
leg.
I
Gary,
mean,
throw first. Game
unconventional
on.
setup shots by Danny Rousano, but
He's hitting him.
he's hitting them, so how can you argue?
Well, we're going to argue when it's leg 4 or like sorry, like 9,
100.
and he leaves himself 38, and he goes inside on dart 2. That's when we'll argue about it.
That's fair. You know, it's only wrong if you miss.
Amen.
45.
And that is the way of life when it comes to darts.
$60.
The next match coming up is another good one. Ronald Sargent taking on John Cioffoletti.
Yeah, that should be another good one. We got 2 guys making their debut. Both earned their tour cards this year
85.
at the Greater Philly Open, which was, I believe, the biggest CDCQ school in the history of CDCQ schools.
45.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of tour card holders. We're going to say the Q School of Philadelphia very often.
Yes.
This evening and as we go on. But
60.
Ron actually has played in the CDC before. He played last season in a lot of different events. So he's in his second year of his tour card. 4-5 record overall.
Is it his second year?
96.
Yep. Unless he got called up
35.
from the...
I think he might have. Or it might have been Philly last year that I got his tour card.
122.
And it's all just blending together in my mind of mush.
Well, there's a lot of information in that brain.
Yeah,
Very
no,
great
it was.
setup.
Yeah, it was last year that he got his tour card in Philly.
28. Gary, you require
Danny only going to get 26 there, so Gary's got some time to tie this up. 3 legs apiece. Tops.
Game shot.
He
same
pins
leg.
it.
Gary Brooks.
78 checkout.
7
Largest
legs.
of the
Danny to throw
match
first.
so far.
Game on.
And we got a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, that was a big checkout and a big leg for him to kind of have that much cushion. But
125.
Rousano firing back now on throw. Opening with a 2 treble visit, which puts a lot of pressure on Gary here to answer, and we'll see if he can.
140.
Ooh.
And he
Boy, does he.
does just that.
Big darts there from Gary Brooks to just,
100.
again, he fought through the early struggles. His average now over 70. And he's finding that treble 20 bed. When you mentioned it, Dave, early on, when he's on, he's on. And he is catching fire right now.
Yeah, and like I said earlier in the match, he wasn't missing it by much. I mean, he was going just below, just above.
60.
Lost 2 legs that he wired the tops right there. So, I mean...
Look at this. 2
140.
140s in this leg.
Leaves himself
What a time to do
1-2-1
this.
after 9.
And Danny's having one of his best legs too, and that's what's
Gary, you require
honestly going to be
121.
frustrating.
Yeah, and I mean, this is such a crucial leg. The 7th leg in a best of 9. Win that one, you only have to
42.
win one of the next 2. Lose that one,
Danny,
you have to
require
win the next 2.
156.
It just puts a lot of pressure. And especially for Gary to be able to get the break of throw here, then it's just a hold. But Rousano
Double
gonna get a
18.
look at double 18.
138.
Did he hit it? Did he hit it?
His reaction
Gary, you
says it was
require
just
79.
outside, I believe. Oh, just inside.
Gary had an awkward setup though. Only get 1 dart at tops.
39.
Not going to hit it this time.
Danny, you require 18.
Double 8, double 9 can be awkward.
No score.
Yep, you could tell he was
Gary,
scared
you
about going
require
on the
40.
inside, especially with that second dart. You have to be super aggressive on that first dart with those awkward doubles.
Game
Gary's
shot
got to
in the
drag it
7th
inside.
leg.
Does
Gary
do that, and
Brooks.
it is a break and throw for Gary Brooks. First
8th
lead
leg.
in this
Gary
match,
to throw
and it
first.
happens at the perfect
Game on.
time for him in this race to 5 up 4-3, and he has the throw to throw for the match.
85.
Opens with a decent 85 there, Dave. Danny's going to have to put some pressure on right away, and he's doing that.
85.
Answer's the 85. That's all you could ask for.
Well, you could ask for approximately like
Well,
95
that's
more, but
that's the minimum you could ask for.
85.
Are we just going to be trading 85s back and forth here? Nope, Danny said enough of that.
140.
Stowe Bunts up 4-3 on Michael Wynn.
11.
BJ Pollock just defeated Curtis Hendy 5-2.
Danny Lowry
Scott S.
currently up 4-1.
Sorry.
Levi Kranzel up 4-0 over Kevin Rawn.
121.
Another big two treble visit by Danny Rousano.
And he is first to the finish against the throw.
And he
And
will
I
have
really
at
hope
least
that-
6 starts.
60.
Yeah, and I really hope he
You
doesn't
require
leave double
155.
19 in the last leg decider if he gets to that point. And I had called that correctly because I would feel bad.
41.
Only a 41, but he'll feel comfortable with anything other than a 180 out of Gary Brooks here. Oh, needs to
95.
find it,
Danny, you require 114.
but it still leaves a bogey.
$74.
Smart last start there by Danny to lay it up with Gary not on and out, set himself up with the double of his choice, and get 3 clean at it
45.
to send
Danny,
us
you
to a
require
last
40.
leg decider.
Well, those are not good markers.
No score. Gary, you require
Safe to say there was a
120.
little bit of adrenaline pumping there.
Yeah, and that's now happened a couple times on doubles for him. You can see he's frustrated about it, but Gary can Shanghai this match right here. Tops.
Game shot.
And he
and
does
match.
Shanghai the
Gary
match.
Brooks.
What a dart from Gary Brooks. Danny's going to kick himself on the doubles there, but what a finish from Gary Brooks. 5-3 victory over Rousano.
Wow. Gary hit big shots when he had to. And that got him that win. He found those gears when he needed to find those gears.
And how about this first big upset of the evening, top 64 match, Danny Young out, losing to Marco Gonthier.
He becomes our first seed to be bounced.
Well, Dave, of course, I planned beautifully for this whole evening, except for my headphone situation. So I have low battery on these headphones, which is actually almost impossible to do because they have like 20 plus hours of battery life. So impressed with myself that I was able to do that. But I am going to switch out my headphones here real quick. So stay with me here as you're going to talk about our next matchup coming up between Ron Sargent and John Cioffoletti.
Absolutely. It should be a great matchup that we have for you guys. 2 guys that I think will be in the conversation for the Continental Cup come the end of the year, especially with the expanded field of 24 players. John Cioffoletti has been putting in a lot of time on the board and has seen a rise in his game that he is looking to continue here. Had a nice weekend in Cleveland, picking up a doubles win with Alex Spellman. And just continuing to put in the time. And Ron Sargent has just been a kind of a staple in the Massachusetts dart and dart league and all of that type of stuff. So it will definitely be good to see. You see John there warming up now. Well, we do. but you will notice when you see him, he will always have a smile on his face. He just seems just one of those genuinely happy human beings that's always smiling, always friendly. I think you're muted, Sean. Uh, yep, and on the outside board so far, on top of what has already been discussed, Danny Lauby came out as a 5-1 winner. Levi Kranzel 5-0 over Kevin Rawn. Davey Main picked up a 5-3 victory over Liam McNeil. Data Michael Wynn ended up coming back to a 5-4 win over Stowe A. Bunts. And right now on the outside, we got Dan Benner and Michael Campagna going against each other. 4-2 Dan Benner right now. Two guys from Philly drawing against each other. Jimmy Widmeyer is currently 3-2 down to Stephen Krikorian. Ryan Avellino and Robbie Techman are at 4-4. And we're about to go for the bull now for our next featured match.
Time, hopefully, for me to be back.
Welcome back, Sean.
Yeah, I guess my computer likes to go through a little fiasco there when I change headsets instead of it just making an easy little transition. Sorry about that, my friend.
No worries at all. Just filled in on what was going on the floor currently, what already happened.
And all those good things. Well, let's talk about Mr. Cioffoletti, as I asked the brilliant Colin Rath for some background information on him, and plays in the Philly Dart community. He just wants to become the best player that he can be. He's one of the champions of DPFL Season 12 and the Super Cup. He attended the PDC World Darts Championship as a guest in London this past year, which is pretty cool. And yeah, he's playing his first Mr. Philly this season.
He did play his first Mr. Philly. Mike Campagna was the winner of that. He is more than just a DPFL season champion. He is now Mr. DPFL.
There you go. As he absolutely. Now,
as I'm sure anyone that has. Yep, I'm sure as anybody that has traveled to a dart tournament this year has seen and had a conversation with him at the DPFL booth. As I said before, just a genuinely nice human being. As you can see, always a smile on his face, just a genuinely happy guy.
All right. They are off and rolling here for leg number 1. Sergeant Cioffoletti. And this is a good start.
140.
Oof, almost the best start.
The great Angelo DiGiulio is doing the scoring for us in this match.
100.
Yeah,
And
I
we
mean,
do have. Yep, go ahead.
I was just going to say, both of these guys have that potential for firepower.
45.
I've seen Ron Sargent hit incredible gears. John, I think it's going to be more of your steadier players.
45.
Does a lot of training with Alex Spellman, so kind of has that same mindset of just stay steady, just throw your darts, and results will come.
And that's
60.
honestly a great way to look about it. If you're getting involved in the game for the first time, or maybe been it for a while and just trying to get better, it's good to just go that route.
57.
Good 57 there from Cioffoletti. Just trying to move around the board.
Correct. And I like the comfortability of the switching instead of staying stagnant and trying to force a dart.
60.
I agree completely with that.
And it is Cioffoletti.
Cioffoletti. All right.
That is my mistake. I am being corrected via text
55.
message.
Good. And it was his mistake, folks, because I was saying it something like that earlier on, and he's like, "Isn't it Cioffoletti?" And so I just went with that. Usually, our stats guy and the brilliant mind of David Garfinkel is correct, so that's why I just go for it.
82.
So it's not his fault. Even he can be wrong sometimes.
In my defense, I am not usually the guy that's correct. I just happen to be in the same room as the people that I can walk up and say, "How do you pronounce your name?" Thank you.
Yes, and unfortunately, this weekend we are not able to just walk into that room and ask someone how to pronounce their last name.
14.
And they did give us some good ones for the opening board here on the opening season.
They definitely have.
At that Winmau Darts Championship, you can see we're using the new Blade X from Winmau. And look at this, tops for Sargent.
74.
He will be back. And I like they stayed outside, although it was a ways out there.
I do not think that's the Blade X, Sean. I think that's a regular triple core.
Is it?
I believe so.
Ronald, you require 40.
Yep, it is. You're correct. That is a triple core. Color me surprised.
I mean, those triple cores are pretty. You got to protect them.
20.
That
John,
is
you
true.
require 78.
Did that one drag inside or did that one go in? Drag
That dragged
inside,
right up.
so Cioffoletti, an opportunity here.
Going to look at the trip 18 to leave himself double 12. Single 20 for tops. He's able to stay straight on the second one
Game shot in the
and
first
able to
leg.
pin the
John
tops on the
Cioffoletti
third
takes
one.
it.
He
Second leg is John to go
picks
first.
the cookie jar in the first leg,
Game on.
gets the break
What?
of throw, and what a start to his CDC career.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about something that's going to loosen up the arm.
58.
The other thing that it can do, and this is honestly something that's contrary to belief, but can absolutely happen, is you do that in the first leg, and then now you're thinking in your mind, oh man, I'm not going to get any better than that. And then the pressure actually mounts on you because of it.
125.
I've seen that happen before. Instead of it loosen the shoulders, because he's already a loose guy, right? And shoot, if he loses the match 5-0, lose the match 5-0. But if all of a sudden he's up and he has a break of throw going, well, now I'm thinking about winning the match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's the reason why they say the hardest dart to hit is the winning dart, because when you feel like you're playing for nothing because you don't have a chance to win, you tend to be looser. And the second you start winning, and start seeing that finish line, that finish line-itis is definitely a thing.
$45.
And you can see through the first 9 darts here, not scoring very well.
$60.
Sargent is 4-5 in the CDC career from last season. Overall average is around a 69 average. So he's throwing above that here, but still down 1-0 due to that 1-for-1 on the doubles for Cioffoletti. A lot of matches have finished up here in round 1, and a lot of matches are going into round number 2 in the top 64. We're getting our first look of the season at Leonard Gates, Stowe Bunts, David Cameron out there playing currently.
Yep. It is approaching that time for the seeds to get their seasons started.
This is a alert that Matt Campbell is about to play on streaming board number 3.
100. Ronald, you require
So if you're on PDC.TV, that is where you can catch him. Board 4 is going on currently out there as well. Trevor Blue Bowls taking on Mike Scarborough as the Mr. Philly of 2025 or 2026, I'm going to guess.
2025 and 2026, and I believe 2024 as well.
Big Dan Benner,
54.
5-4 in the last leg decider. So Big Dan, another one of those guys who is in that Philly dart community.
Yep. And Mike came back from 4-1 down, putting up 4 on the spin.
43. Ron, you require 80.
And we're also currently looking at last leg deciders between Widmeyer and Krikorian and Wilbur and Krieger. But for now, Sargent wants that single 20 to leave himself tops
40.
and just misses to square it away, but he will be back as John left himself on a bogey of 163. All he could do is hope, hit, and put on some pressure.
99. Ronald, you require 40.
He does put on some pressure. Until Ron hits his first one,
Game shot.
which he does just there.
Ronald Sargent.
Good stick on dart number 2.
Ronald to throw first.
Look at that nice replay. Compliments of the McManimal. 1-1 scoreline. Back on throw.
I can tell you we are privileged to have Jeff McMahon as part of this production team. The stuff that him and L. David Irie perform and put out for all of us in the darting community is just incredible, and it is a thankless job, and the two of them put in an exorbitant amount of time, not just on these CDC weekends, but even in the time between events and the off season. So shout out to the two of them for sure.
Absolutely, Dave. And you mentioned it, right? And let's talk about it for a second. Our production team is made up of the
100.
commentary team, typically, and those two gentlemen. Well, the commentary team is all remote this weekend. So the production team on site is those two gentlemen.
100.
Yep.
So something that 14 people do in the PDC, we have 2 people to do all those jobs here in the CDC, and they do it extremely well.
100. $85.
Fred Krueger did defeat Joel Schlitsky 5-3. John Liggett 5-2 over Troy Collin. 5-2 James Scott, over Brady Noble. And then we mentioned that Mr. Philly himself over Big Dan Benner 5-4. Ben Krieger 5-4 over Jason Wilbur. And then just incoming, how about this? A battle of East Coasters. Steve Krikorian 5-4 over Jim Widmeyer.
60. Ronald, you require 156.
I am also being told we left out one member of the production team currently, which is James Butler, who is behind the scenes spotting right now to give you guys all of the wonderful
John, you require
shots so that you
156.
can see where the darts are going in and the switching around the board as well.
All right, that's
So
fair.
shout out
However,
to James for that.
I guess what I was really talking about is setup as well. And
Yeah.
I don't, and while
25.
James, even if he's on
Ronald, you
site
require
2 days
96.
earlier, really, Irie and McMahon are the only ones that touch that type of stuff. So they still have to set all that stuff up themselves, which is part of the craziness of it.
Correct. Oh, 100%.
56. John, you require 130.
There's a nice setup there by Ron Sargent.
Outside shot here for Cioffoletti, excuse me. Now you ruined me for life.
That's what I do.
57.
Man, you couldn't be more accurate in that
Ronald, you
statement.
require 40.
Sargent left with tops here for a hole to throw.
He hit it in the last leg. Can he hit it again this one?
Shot in the third
Yes.
leg.
Yes, he can.
Ronald Sargent.
Almost dead center as Ron Sargent holds throw and takes a 2-1 lead.
So we've had some early results here that have been contrary to what we would assume would be happening. And currently another one
60.
happening out there is young Braden Hall up 4-3 on Kylie Edmonds, another seeded
Yeah.
player.
I mean, Braden's been putting in a lot of time again. I remember
60.
he kind of started making a name for himself back in 2020 during COVID in the youth, where he was throwing these mid 80s, low 90s matches. And I don't know if it was pressure or life or
100.
Being young.
yeah, he hit that little dip, but he's now back on that rise again and has been throwing in those mid 80 averages again. That's gonna
50.
make noise on this tour.
Well, it's making noise right now. As David Cameron up 3-0 currently on Ian Shaw. Gates down 2-1 against Brad Farley.
85.
Still Bunts up 4-1 on Michael Riley. Ram Guevara Jr. 3-1 lead, 4-1 lead now over Elmer Kempt. We're about to get Alex Spellman versus Joe Cheney. Talk about a matchup. And Dougie Bateman about to get his season started against Jared Leedy.
140.
I was just going to comment about that Spellman Cheney match. That is definitely a tasty match to start off the year, and a tester for Spellman to start off the year.
And I'm going to go with a Cheney word. It would behoove everyone to keep an eye on that match. Just into the single 19. So 124 left, now 64.
It's going to go 16s here.
87.
Ideally.
Ronald, you require 156.
But
And we have ourselves another last leg decider coming down between Kylie Edmonds and Braden Hall.
another one of those from Sargent. Ooh, would have left the double 18.
100. John, you require 56.
Interesting to stay there and leave himself. Tops for John. To put us all tied up again, and he goes right under that first start.
And he might be 5 points fewer on the average, David, but score line's 2-2, and that's really all that matters.
That is all that matters. Timing is everything. I mean, how many players have we seen that have made careers out of winning matches with a 10-point lower average?
Absolutely. And the legendary Larry Butler about to get started in his first match
47.
this year, taking on, well, the Philly legend, Tim Neal. One of the
man that
one
you're
of
a
the few
little
guys that did
familiar with.
not. One of the few guys that did not get his tour card in Philly.
No.
He got his by winning DP Indiana this past season.
98.
And Braden Hall is looking very good to win over Kylie Edmonds, barring any terrible mistake.
Yeah, that's not a bad leg. Leaving yourself 16 after 15.
55.
Yep. And Tim Neal averages a 136 in the first leg on Larry Butler. So, well.
I mean, that's it. Just an 11 darter. I expect more.
That's one way to start off your CDC career.
And Braden Hall does get over the line with a 5-4 victory over Kylie Edmonds.
So another
31.
seed player out. A couple of the seeds already moving on, though, and David Cameron and Still Bunts winning their
96.
matches.
You will notice with John, he throws a very, very flat dart.
Yes.
So anything that's above the target is going to be a blocker for him, which is why we see him switching down to those 19s a lot. If he's not below that 20 bed, he's going to move.
Well, you should stay now no matter where that first dart goes, but now definitely stay. And that's the other part I was going to say, as he's about to get a nice 140 in there. He also has long points as well, so it's going to not only lay flat, but it's also going to stick out a little bit further.
Correct. And it looks like he's using those Winmau Fusion arrows shaped flights.
59. John, you require 90.
Which we always appreciate when our main sponsor for the event is the Winmau.
Double 12 for a 3-2 lead now. See him settling, composing,
Ronald, you require
just missing outside that wire. But this 148 is a big ass for Ron Sargent to hold his throw.
Not going to get the job done, so Cioffoletti is going to come back with 24 left to break the Sargent throw
70.
and give himself the
John, you
lead at
require
3-2.
24.
He does not look bothered by it, this opportunity.
It's going to be a little bit awkward for him. Or not. What do
Or
I know?
not. That's been a good – it's funny you say that because that has been a good marker for him now
Flag is John
in
to
two
throw
different
first.
doubles where that first starts laying above. Did it on tops earlier and now right there. I was with you. I thought that was going to be a awkward placement on that first dart.
81.
But I've been impressed with Cioffoletti here early on.
Yeah, I mean, he looks relaxed, looks calm. I mean, this is what he wanted. He said it when we were over in Ali Pally. He wants his CDC Tour card. He wants to compete with the best. And then went out and got it at his first opportunity and has now been putting in the time and the work to be here, to perform. And Joe Cheney is off to a quick 2-0 lead over Alex Spell on the outside boards.
140.
Tim Neal,
Averaging 91.
2-0 as well.
Yep. Averaging 97. But that 11 darter is going to help that.
Yeah.
And Tim rolling in leg number 3 as well. I know that this is definitely Homer talk here real quick, but I was looking back on the fact that 5 years ago, our company that I'm partners with Tim and Jason Ives put on a Clash of the Titans event, and we invited Larry to the event. and Larry ended up winning the event. Tim finishing like 5th, 6th, and I believe losing to Larry as well. So it's a full circle thing where now they're both in the CDC event here playing against each other, and really proud to see Tim not just representing Philly, but also Indy at the same time.
97. John, you require
Yeah, absolutely.
120.
It's incredible, and it's awesome to see these journeys that these players are going on.
Cioffoletti, 120 left, and he's going to get a look at this dart if he keeps it straight. It is in. That's a great marker.
Should be a
at
perfect
least.
marker for him.
80. Ronald, you require 100.
Sails it right over the top.
But Sargent has a big ask here. He's not going to do it.
82. John, you require 40.
John's been really good on his doubles.
He definitely has been.
Game shot in the
And he
sixth leg.
continues to be.
Cioffoletti.
That is a
Now-
big 4-2 lead now for him.
Yeah, and up 5, or throwing a 75 average. Race to 5 here, so trying to get his first victory in the CDC in his first attempt.
25.
Joe Chaney now up 3-0 on Alex Spellman, averaging 96. Brad Fairley up 3-2 on Leonard Gates.
The 45, definitely not the open John was hoping for. But no harm, no foul, as Ron hasn't really started to run away with this. And now John back to finding that treble 20 bed.
95.
So far, Dave, our second highest average today is our
59.
current cross-border darts challenge champion from a month ago in Newfoundland, and David Cameron averaged 92 in his first round matchup in a 5-0 victory.
And Jeremiah Millar posting the highest average so far for the day.
Yeah, I saw him posting the other day that his darts were starting to feel good again, which is dangerous. Dangerous if you're an opponent.
Unbelievably dangerous. Millar is a heck of a talent and a heck of a natural ability on, I mean, both sides of darts, whether it be steel or soft tip. I mean, there was a stretch where I feel like he was the most dominant player in soft tip darts.
I would agree with you.
85.
See where Ron does his math here. Should switch over the 18s.
60.
Did not do so, so he's going to leave himself a bogey. That's interesting as a East Coast dart player for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just happens, and especially in these situations, sometimes you just get a little lost.
135.
The Philly Sensation just sent me a message, and it's a good point, saying that Jeremiah Millar actually has nothing to worry about in this tournament because Jules is not here.
134.
Correct. The two highest averages in the history of the CDC, Jules Van Dongen posted on Jeremiah Millar. Yeah, I don't know if he just felt more comfortable than going for 218s there.
Game shot in the 7th leg. Ronald Sargent.
Does hit the double 7, though, and it's a 4-3 scoreline, but now it's the throw of
Game on.
Cioffoletti. And if
60.
Well, Ron still has more work to do, though, as he needs to come up with a break and then another hold. Luckily, when you need 3 on the spin, he has the easier route of the hold, break, hold
103.
instead of the break, hold, break.
But attacking that throw already is Sargent.
$58. $50.
Only a 50 there by Ron. So it does open the door a little bit from John here to get back into this leg.
$60.
Only 60, but he's got to be feeling good about where those darts landed.
And Leonard Gates becomes our highest seed to go down
45.
with a 5-2 victory from Brad Farley in the top 64.
And Joseph Chaney's up 4-1 on Spellman, and Tim Neal's up 4-0 on Larry Butler.
85.
There is something in the air in Niagara.
Oh, Lord.
93.
I got a little giggle out of Garfinkel. I just need everyone else to know that.
You did. You did. I appreciate it. That should be a good marker for Cioffoletti to go right over the top. He has to come away with a ton here. And that is exactly what he does. It gets him first to a double. It's going to be a biggie. We'll see if Ron could put some pressure on this. Going 19s, 133 would have left him tops, but falling into that 3 segment, not ideal.
88.
Well, we have one seed that's out
138.
just now and one seed that moves on. Dougie Bain wins his match 5-1 over Jared Leedy. And Tim Neal, 5-0 victory over the Eagle.
Dougie Bain, father of Cam Crabtree.
We have our first top 32 match out there on the floor going on. And Marco Gonthier, which I'm going to say until someone corrects me, versus Ram Guevara Jr. And by the way, if you're going to correct me, you got to send me an actual message on Facebook because I'm not looking at the chat on YouTube. You guys are mean. 75 left, 25 for Bull. That's a great marker for this.
60.
Oh, that was a good look.
John, you require
It was a great look. We'll see now if John can clean up the 56 to move on and book his place into the last 64.
Such a good first start.
Not a great second dart.
That was tight.
36. Ronald, you require 25.
A little tight there, right?
A little bit. It's, the first time you get to that finish line, it becomes hard.
That's a perfect first start for this 8-8 now from Sargent. And he will be throwing for the match as it is 4-4.
Ninth and ninth leg. Ronald to throw first.
Cioffoletti, 2 match starts, or actually 3 match starts
Game on.
now coming on. I don't know much about this Marco Gonthier, but he's averaging 95 now against Ram Guevara Jr., who's averaging 88 in his 2-1 lead.
That's
Gonthier.
Canada.
That is
Canada has all of those hidden gem shots. And it's nice to see more of them coming out on tour and more of them playing.
Well, it creates big moments like we had a month ago in Newfoundland with
100.
Albert Anstie winning his match in front of his home crowd. Jacob Taylor doing the same thing.
Kylie Edmonds.
Yep.
Yeah, that
Really,
was
really fun to
that
see.
was electric. And Gino Florian has come back to force a last leg decider against Jason Roker.
Averaging almost
from
92.
4-2 down.
$100.
Niagara Falls is basically home matches for
99.
Dougie Boehm and Gino Florian and some of those other upstate New Yorkers.
Ed Levesque.
Yep.
I think even Braden Hall lives like right by the Niagara Falls line
I was
in
gonna say
Canada.
There's going to be some Canadians as well that are just across the border.
50.
Cheney pins the 10 out, and Alex Spellman has officially been eliminated as well in the round of top 64.
85.
My goodness.
Who had that on their bingo card? That Alex Spellman and Leonard Gates would both lose their first round match to start off the CDC season.
Well, if I was a betting man, I would have put more money on Spellman losing his since it was Joseph Cheney.
Yes.
But Cioffoletti against the throw here is going to get his first look at the checkout. 123 going to start down at the bottom. 104 left, treble 18. Not going to go, going to stay right there. Should stay right there to leave 32. But he does move over to the 20s.
It's the second
Sergeant,
time
a
now
tough
that he's
ask.
thrown. It's now the second time that he's thrown the 20s at 86. Seems interesting. I think he was going trip 18 tops there. Fortunately, not able to get the first one.
58. Johnny
And now Cioffoletti. Is he going to have more match starts incoming? We're about to find out.
He should get at least one dart on the outer ring here at 66. Going to assume he's looking trip 10. 16 for tops. Oh, he can't hit the big number. This is all just part of that learning curve in your first CDC match.
76.
Yes, it is.
I mean, with the way John played this match, I definitely have expectations for him this year and think he's gonna go on some deep runs. But what a first start by Ronald Sargent. Double 8 for the win. Chases it
Double
to 4.
Nobody misses double 4. Oh, but Sargent does.
Johnny require 40.
Cioffoletti. More match starts incoming.
Are these his first match starts since the tops? Since the
this will
bowling
be-
game?
This will be number 4. He had 2 in the
Okay.
last leg.
Oh, that's right. And the 20 looked like that as well.
But he hits the double 10 for the win. Cioffoletti defeats Ron Sargent 5-4 in his debut in the CDC. So we've
What
seen
a
some
match.
debutantes.
What a
Successful.
fight back there by Ron. Way to get over the finish line by John. And what a way to start off this night.
Yeah, it's a brilliant start to this entire evening, the Winmau Darts Championship. We have a short break that we're going to take here, folks, and step away to hear from our sponsors. Before we do that, just a reminder that we have Adam Savvada taking on Jeff Marinucci, or Nooch. When we come back, so don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back with more from the Winmau Darts Championship right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
With their nails done now. Girls with their
Welcome back to the Winmau Darts Championship.
Coming to you now. You should be open at this point. And you're now open.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live here, weekend number 1 in Niagara Falls, New York, as we start that road to the 2026 Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. This is the Winmau Darts Championship. I am Sean Green, joined by my partners for this matchup, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, it's a pleasure to have you here, my friend.
Hey, Sean. Good to be with you. When last we left, we were on the Rock of Newfoundland. So I'm really eager and happy to get back in the mix of the circuit with you. And what a great way for me now personally to jump in here. My first match of the evening with the number 1 seed Adam Savvada.
Yeah, it's been a tale of seeded players dropping early here in this tournament, as we've already lost Danny Young, Kylie Edmonds, Leonard Gates, Larry Butler, and Alex Spellman.
Yes, sir. Quite a bit of upsets, but it's I heard your opening this evening. You talked about the different feel, that sort of next level darts that it feels like this 2026 circuit is going into, and I think this is a testament. This is for real, boys, and this is going to start right at the initial starter's gun. Right, this is going to be tough, and it's going to be fierce all season long.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned the importance of starting off these first 2 weekends as well as you possibly can, because it puts you in that position for a U.S. Darts Masters qualifying spot if you don't do so well tomorrow night in that tournament, as you see the number 1 seed Adam Savvada getting the start. But let's talk about the unknown gentleman here in Jeff Marinucci, a.k.a. Nooch, as he's known. He's played Mr. Philly 9 times. He was the 2025 runner-up. And, I mean, he is really good friends with Colin Rath. He's been playing for a long time in that league, and he has a lot of good things that he's accomplished in his dart career. And he would like to get the CDC career off and running as well.
A major winner in Philadelphia, the Frank Ennis match play champion. So, as you said, he comes out of a really competitive area of the Southern Jersey, Philadelphia area. So, he's got chops, and he's been put through the grinder in that area.
Well, I think the players were waiting for you, AE, because we have yet to have a 180 in this stream through our first 2 matches.
Let's fire it up, boys.
I have a feeling we're going to get one in this one.
Oh, we are, brother. Like, this is it, leg 1. Well, we've only got a couple of, I thought Adam was right on top of the wire. Okay, leg 2, Sean, leg 2.
Well, I was going to guess Adam was not going to hit a 180 there with 183. That would have been a bold move, Cotton, and it probably would not have paid off for him.
Bold strategy, Cotton. Take on the toughest shot in darts, right? The double one.
I mean, why not be in the madhouse with the straight jacket on? 81 left. Now it's going to be 62, and he does not need to go at the 12, nor would he on that last dart. He steps away, grabs a drink of water here real quick. He was parched. Only a single 10, I believe, so leaves 47 when Near comes back. That was a 15. All Nooch can do is set it up here. Yeah, it doesn't overthink it, and I like that move. Will he get a shot at it? That's the important part here. Double 16 for Savvada. Not yet. Nooch an opportunity now with 90. Should start on the 20s. Ideally, 75 left. So there's a 25 bowl. Oh, just on the other side does it click. So for a hold to throw here for Savvada, the Reaper does reap leg number 1. And he starts off his 2026 campaign kind of like he finished 2025, with doubles going in. Nooch steady 100. And as we look around the Dart Hall here at the other matches going on, you can follow along with us on Dart Connect, DC.tv. Stowe Bunts taking on BJ Pollock in top 32 matchup. We have Nick Lindbergh out there on the floor, 2-0 lead over Ross Snook. The Nightmare, Fred Krueger, up 2-0 on the General, Jimmy Jones. Jack Robinson making an appearance for the first time, 1-1 scoreline against John Schauman. Ben Krieger up 3-1 on Justin Fawcett. Jeremiah Millar, Jeff Smith Great matchup out there. 4-2 scoreline in favor of Jeff. Joey Lanaw making his debut this season. 3-1 lead over Kevin Hawkins. And Andrew Anuski over Scott Estel, 4-3 currently.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on those seeds, because you and I have seen those events where it's rough events for seeds, and this feels like it might be one of them.
Absolutely. And now I can see your beautiful face. AE, you look wonderful.
Oh, stop it. Yeah, I just stepped away for a second. I fixed some audio issues, so hopefully we're not hearing some reverb from.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that you are sounding perfect now. Noosh is staying up with the scoring power here, Savvada. It is his throw, but even still, not the easiest task for any dart player, let alone a gentleman making his debut here in the CDC.
Who, the Nooch?
The Nooch.
The Nooch is not making his. Sorry to correct you. I've got our stats page up.
Oh, you're right.
The Nooch, the Nooch has played a bit. Almost
Yes,
a 70 average, but I know from experience of Philly, he's got more in the locker than that. So, like you said, he's showing that here, a little bit above average. But certainly in terms of CDC experience, Savvada's got him well outmatched. But Nooch has got some experience, and like we said, big time play in Philly, which we will be at weekend number 2.
There you go. Well, Savvada pins double 18 to take a 2-0 lead and made that look simple there with the 51-36. And AE, our first top 16 player is Marco Gonthier from Canada.
Would you look at that? I heard you earlier. You like to make sure you had put a good little emphasis on the French Canadian sound there.
I always assume that until it's not. And there was Jacqueline Abergel who I was like Jacqueline Abergel, but it was just Jacqueline, and she corrected me at a certain point. I was like, all right, fine. So until they tell me otherwise.
Right. I mean, and now I'll get serious for a second. We never intend on mispronouncing on purpose. We do our best, and at some point we make sure we get it right.
And honestly, AE, and I know I speak for all of us in the commentary booth, if we were there on site, the first thing that we would do immediately is beeline it to the dart hall and figure out by asking him how to pronounce his last name.
Yeah, there's nothing better than getting it in with the players, and getting, a little one-on-one talk.
Well, you missed it, but that's a 180 from Adam Savvada in that previous visit.
Yeah, one of my screens is frozen up, so okay.
You gotta love technology. Just bends the wire, but Savvada will come back with the Nooch on 171. That's a great setup play. Leaves tops just in case. Well, it was for nothing, AE. 3-0 lead now for Savvada.
Well, the number 1 seed coming out, proving why. We saw Adam in a very, very tough match in the final of the cross border. Just a one-leg lead on Cameron going into that break, and Cameron, went and took the final. And with all due respect, Savvada was completely devastated by that. So we'll see a month later, looking in good form. I'm sure he wants to get back in the winner's circle this weekend. Not only, got 2 events to play, but a qualifier tomorrow night. So, Adam Savvada wants to be last player standing at some point this weekend. And That's a 180 for the Reaper, Adam Savvada.
Yeah, his second of the match. And yeah, you mentioned it, right? And there's nothing that Adam wants more than to make sure that he also secures a spot at the U.S. Darts Masters at MSG as he goes back-to-back 180s. And by having good finishes this weekend, it will put him in the driver's seat for that spot at the U.S. Darts Masters if he does not win the qualifier tomorrow.
Yeah, five spots overall up for grabs. And there you go. Puts in leg number 4. As you talked about earlier, 3 spots coming out of the qualifiers, but a new sort of small order of merit that's going to be held over the 4 events. So a top Canadian, top USA player will get into MSG as well. So boy, oh boy, it almost feels like you and I having fun at the end of the season when there's so many permutations about who's going to the Cup and who's going to Ali Pali and stuff. Like there's a lot to play for here in the opening 2 weekends of the Championship Darts Circuit.
Well, Adam is playing much faster right this second, and he is rolling as he just threw that last round in 12. And it's actually speeding up Nooch as well. It's almost like they've gone to like 1.25 speed from the way they started the match. I think Adam finally just said, I'm going to get on with it. Adam's played in 152 matches in the CDC. He only has 29 losses.
Absolutely incredible.
Hey, there you are.
Is that a better setting?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we'll leave that. So we've shown podcast has one setting, vMix remote, go with another.
Well, Adam leaves 44.
See, I can't recall if David Ireet's ever brought up the idea that we could use a rehearsal or not.
Well, there it is. Savvada just made that quick, fast, and in a hurry. 5-0 victory over Nooch. Not sure what kind of sparked Adam there early on in the match, but
you mean
if he's going to play like that,
made him mad?
Yeah. Sparked. Yeah.
Sparked. Yes. A kind way to say PO'd.
Yeah, I've actually had multiple messages now from people wondering what that was all about, but well, who knows? But the next match here, AE, we get to see Gary Brooks, the man from Wyoming, taking on John Cioffoletti.
Yeah, I'm looking to see this. I watched you and Mr. David Garfinkel cover the first 2 matches, so I watched Gary Brooks take Danny Rousano 5-3 and give it to me again because I want to say Cioffoletti like you did earlier.
Yeah, it's Cioffoletti.
Cioffoletti. So we saw Mr. Cioffoletti take Ron Sargent down 5-4 in a very back and forth deciding 9th leg. So looking forward to seeing both of them. Seeing the new DPFL chief in Cioffoletti. So let's look at what kind of numbers they had in those matches. I know Sargent and Cioffoletti were scoring pretty well, and Gary looked good. I saw he closed out with that Shanghai finish.
Yeah, beautiful finish there. Rousano had his opportunities in that match for sure, but a 71 average from Brooks. Got the job done there. And then Cioffoletti, a 75 is where he ended up against Ron Sargent. So it should be a good matchup between these 2 gentlemen. And listen, Cioffoletti, for his very first CDC match, looked pretty calm until he got to that winning double, which is understandable for everybody, but he got the job done after 3 of them. Found out it was just a sound issue going on behind Adam. They got taken care of pretty quickly. As we are live here at the Winmau Darts Championship, brought to you by Winmau, proud sponsor of the CDC. Again, I'm Sean Green, joined by Anthony Eugenia, AE.
Yes, sir. We open up year 12.
Talk to us about that, about the pride of now on the dozen years that you've been doing this from the get-go, and just how much it's grown to now 99 entrants this weekend.
What a great way to kick this year off. You know, it's always been the goal to have the best of the best play each other over and over again. And I mean, the lineup this year is absolutely incredible. You know, I really hazard a guess as to how many players that are out there that are not on the CDC roster. And that's, you know, we just simply want that to be the best competition playing the best competition, right? And that makes the players better, and it gives us a better product to put on stream, and it works for everybody. But you know, all credit to these players that have come out. And now the real key is to keep that up, right? The excitement of opening weekend, things to play for the U.S. Masters. Let's keep in mind that all year long there's a lot to play for. The expanded Continental Cup, expanded opportunities to go play overseas. So it's a great start, and it does feel that, you know, we've taken turned a corner in the overall development of the championship dart circuit.
Well, I'm going to focus on one word you just said there, and development, right? Because we've also developed a lot of young players that are now having success in the CDC main tour. A lot of them that we mentioned early on in the evening, but one of them that is doing that is Braden Hall, the young Canadian player. Just beat Danny Lobby 5-0 in the top 32.
And that's a big key is to get the young players developing and firmly establish the, you know, next wave of talent here in North America.
That's the main goal. That's all we can do, right?
We've got our first youth weekend. We're running 3 weekends this year. I will be on site at the Toronto Area Open, as we have 3 junior events and 3 evolution events. And so you can go to champdarts.com and get all of that info. And we highly encourage any young players that are, you know, have a passion for this game to come on out and give it a try.
Some of those top 32 matches off and rolling. This last 64 match is off and rolling here to see who's going to take on Adam Savvada for the board final on this main streaming board. Will it be Gary Brooks? Will it be John Cioffoletti? Gary was slow moving early on in the match that he played, but then really jumped out after that. Played brilliantly. If you just heard me bang my hand on the table and say, ow, I didn't mean to do that. Either thing.
Yeah, so much to take in as we get settled here. I'm trying to get my bearings on so many matches going on Dart Connect, on the bracket, you know. 16 boards running at the same time. It's a dart fan's dream.
Absolutely. And for us, it's a dream that we're not on site having to do all that setup. So shout out to all of the on-site staff members this weekend up in Niagara Falls for all their hard work and dedication that they continue to do year after year. It's so incredible, the staff that we have. John first to the finish on his throw. Gary trying to hit at least a ton there. There's a ton 40 to put a lot of pressure on this 145 potential for Cioffoletti.
Let's get some stats on Brooks. We know Cioffoletti has not played CDC prior to this, but a good way to start. He's 1-0.
Yep.
Gary's got a little history, played 19 matches so far, 7-9 with a high 70s average.
Yeah. Yeah, he's done really well. Yeah, started out slow in that last match, but then caught fire real quick in order to get the job done there. Our cross-border darts challenge champion, David Cameron, up 1-0 on Scott Estel in the top 32. 15 darter to open up for him. Former cross-border champion and Jeff Smith is also up and running in the top 32 on board number 5 that you can watch on pdc.tv against Brad Farley. It's 1-0 Brad.
Brooks misses his effort at top, so Cioffoletti comes back, looks at double 10 in our opening leg. 2 5s.
Got to attack.
Turns it
Did
back
not.
over to Gary.
Good marker. Does not find it. So leaves double 7 if he returns a couple of cleanup items here. Oh, last start would have missed anyway, but on the outside for Cioffoletti, who was brilliant on his doubles in the last match. Double 7 goes for Brooks, and it's a 1-0 lead for Gary and a break a throw, which is even more important. And the gentleman doing the calling in this match, I do not know who he is, so I hope he's doing a great job as our staff.
I'm sure we'll get updated on that soon.
We're getting word his name is Mark, but it's good enough. So
Good old
good to
Mark.
have you on the team. It's a good dart nickname, or dart name, you know?
John, looking to reset on those 19s. Sean and I have covered that a lot. A lot of times players will just use that to sort of work out that frustration of not getting what they're looking for up top. And it looks like it's going to be short-lived. Is he going back up? Nope, he's going back to the 19s. Yeah, frustration creeping in a little bit for John. And yeah, it's just looking for an open bed to sort of build that confidence up of trying to get a 3-figure score, at least one scoring triple.
So we got Mark Conti is doing the scoring there. He's from Buffalo. Thank you for that information, Angelo. He's doing a fantastic job.
So I want to thank everybody coming in in the YouTube chat. I've got that open, much to Sean's chagrin. But thank you for joining. Thanks for joining us. Our feature board is on YouTube and PDC TV, and plus, of course, the extended coverage of 2 to 5. And there's just some questions, so we'll explain to everybody what we do is we pick a group. A group comes over and gets assigned to this feature board. So it's not a case of we do not go around the bracket and cherry pick games, at least to start. There's numerous reasons for that, and I won't go into it, but it is what it is. So when the tournament director draws the tournament midweek, we go through it, and I'll give you a little peek behind the curtain. For this opening event, we simply just took the first 5 boards that were in the draw. Lots of new players here on the circuit this year, and we didn't want to confuse things. As the year goes through, we will do a little bit more of that, looking, board 11 is a little exciting, or board 9, and do a little bit more of that cherry picking. So you will see this group play through its winner. So we will have 1 player left, and that will be that next round of 32. And then from that point, you will get to see some new faces. So if you're with us on the feature, don't fear. You'll see in the round of 16, quarterfinals, etc. You'll see some new faces, and the tournament director will slide us over matches from different parts of the bracket at that point.
Yeah, and that next match will feature Adam Savvada versus the winner of this one for that board final.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah,
so and then, like he said, then we jump around.
Yeah, that'll be the norm usually for the year. We will select groups. So if you look on our streaming boards, and so that's why it's very important also to go to our partners at Dart Connect. You pull up dartconnect.com, go to the event page for event 1, and you can really then get a sense of where it is in the bracket, where these players are, and what quote unquote group is playing through this particular board.
Gary does not take out the tops there. John, in the background, you couldn't see it, but he was just kind of admiring the fact that he was 21 darts into it and still not on a finish, I think. And you can tell that he's got that great personality, because he was like, okay, all right, I'm on 217 still. Great, awesome. So it did not matter that he missed, because he's going to hit the next round, and he does. So Gary does hit that one to hold his throw and take a 2-0 lead early in this race to 5, last 64 match.
Yeah, as you said, we've got a preview cam in the back, and we could see John sort of rubbing his chin as to, well, what now? But in all reality, even though first to 5 is not extremely long, at 2-0, John is certainly not out of the match. But it is a case of trying to combine that mindset with the nerves, and just to say, I'm still in this match, and he has the throw, so it really is only one break. He holds his throw and breaks Gary. We're all square. So
weirder things have happened, to say the least.
Oh, but it wouldn't even, it's not even that outlandish to say a 2-0 in a best of 9 for a player to come back,
right.
And at least square things up to the point of pushing the match a little further.
And honestly, average-wise, they're both not shooting well, so there's even more of an opportunity there for Cioffoletti, because there's not even that much in between them.
It's just a matter of not trying to do too much, not make up 2 legs in a turn, one dart at a time, one turn at a time. And as you said, Gary will take his 2-0 lead, certainly. But in terms of an average, he's not lighting up the sky. And so, John can certainly, if he strung together a couple of 140s, would, slightly start to turn tables on Gary.
That being said, you got to be careful, because as we saw in the last match, when Gary starts to heat up, he becomes very difficult to face. Now, Cioffoletti averaged 75 in his first match, so he has a lot of room for improvement here in this one as well. It's who's going to catch fire first, really, or if neither of them do, can Gary continue to scrounge out legs like he's done so far?
Great cover shot, and you saw him sort of, wrinkle his nose at that one with a score of 240. You just try to keep it up and down in those 20s, especially after starting with the first triple, but great third dart. And we've touched on other players earlier on where they come from and their pedigree, and Gary Brooks has been very involved in the one of the dart players, family of events in dart players. Colorado has raised many of a 25 there, looking for a bull. So he gives an opportunity for John to get his first leg on the board. So Gary Brooks, in terms of competitiveness out in the Rockies, there has certainly won his share of events, and 74, so double 7 for John Cioffoletti.
Interesting setup there, AE. But we've seen that out of him. When he had 86 left a couple times, he's gone at the 20 both times there with 1 dart remaining. So that being said, Gary getting the big 20 out of the way on 25 left. So 1 for double 2, but finds it. That is a way to clean it up. If you're Gary Brooks, another break a throw.
You said it. I heard your commentary earlier. When you execute, it's tough to argue with it. But that one will pick apart a little bit. Certainly, it was intended for a 1 double 12 effort, and thankfully it wasn't a number that 20 burst his score, and he fixed it in fair play, right, Sean? That's why they give you 2 more darts in your hand.
Listen, if you can be a custodian on the dartboard, you're going to win a lot of matches. Because if you can clean up those misses, that's all you need to do. I feel like that's one nickname that works well for darts, but wouldn't work well as like a normal, like, feel good nickname for someone.
It just wouldn't translate. If you'll allow me for a second, Sean, jump back in the chat just because I want to make sure everybody's enjoying this to the fullest. I've got a question on where you can see the bracket. If you go to tv.dartconnect.com, you will pull up the string of events. And quite honestly, you can see events all around the world. But at the top, you'll see the PDC tab. We are listed under the PDC tab, and you will see Championship Dart Circuit 2026 main event number 1. And you click on that, and boy, oh boy, the plethora of cool information that you can access there is great. Scores and matches in real time, results, statistical, information, the live bracket, and a whole leaderboard, so you can see who has the most 140s and 180s and first 9 averages, and tons of cool stuff.
That is absolutely correct, AE. And I'm going to go ahead and go into the Shark Tank real quick to put that link in there for you. You can copy and paste that bad boy into your webpage to see all of that.
Very cool. And also we should promote our own platforms as well. You can find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok, and you search @Champ Darts, and you will find those links. You will find the streaming links. You will find links to Dart Connect, and all of that good stuff. So certainly we want you to follow us on social media.
Yes, please do. The information that is posted on almost a daily basis is it's always information that you don't want to miss. That is for sure.
And coming off his victory, sorry, Sean, his victory over Leonard Gates, I just wanted to update everybody. Brad Farley has got Jeff Smith locked in a battle at 3-3, and that is also still a first to 5. So Farley looking to knock off some giants today.
Yeah, we've heard the term in our ear a couple of times from our great director, the Giant Killer.
So I didn't want to give him full credit, and I switched it up a bit.
Well, I didn't say his full name, so I didn't want to give him that much credit either.
So here, Brooks looking to put away leg 4. So 70 remaining, 20 will give him, oh boy. Again, we see him fall out when he's just looking to keep it up and down. A single 20 would have given him a look at the bullseye.
And John's back there basically giving anything in the world the eye that he can. Like, come on now. And listen, we all have these matches in darts. Me more than any other. Actually, a 760 would be fantastic. So I don't really have these matches either. But, you know, you shoot 75 in the first match, and now you're struggling at a 60 and just wondering where you're going.
It's that cruel mistress that this sport that we love is it's there one moment, gone the next, and quite honestly, then can come back. And and most times we don't know why it comes and why it goes. Tops for Gary Brooks.
Reprieve. Cioffoletti, double 10. And if he hits this, it'll settle down those nerves a bit. And now it's inside, so double 5 for Cioffoletti.
In this shape's got to be a tough task, but look at that. He nails it right in the middle of the bed.
Yeah, dead center. Could not be in a better shot of that double 5. And again, it's a break of throw right back as well, which is huge. Now he's just got to cement it by holding the throw here.
You were exactly right as he came to the Aki on that. and that's where, you know, this game gets so frustrating, because if it starts to click for John, it's still at 3-1. It's still very, 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 very doable if things just start to click. And it shows how what a big component the psychological factor of this game is.
You mentioned this earlier with Cioffoletti. He is, again, moving his target down to the bottom of the board to try and just find some range. And it's a skill. That is a skill that some dart players do not have, the ability to and the capabilities to trust that they can move down to the bottom of the board and just refine that target. It's an extra weapon.
Well, indeed. But in my eyes, I think there's a difference sometimes where you and I have classically seen Stowe Bunts and Larry Butler go down there with confidence and use it as a weapon. I think sometimes there's a difference when you're going down there almost with a hope that I can come out with some darts. And that's where, you know, when your game is just not there, the frustration factor is more, I'm going to toss it down there and hope I get results, as opposed to being real confident as a weapon.
Yeah, weapon is a term for those guys for sure. A tool. Well, it's a different tool in the toolbox.
Updates around the floor. It looks like, yes, Jeff Smith got out of that tangle with Brad Farley 5-3. So the silencer is in to the last 16. And hang with me, folks, and you'll get all the inside scoops. There is a very good chance that we will see Jeff Smith here on this board at the last 16 stage. So stay tuned for confirmation of that.
Well, there you go. It seems that might be the actual answer to that question. And it'll be our first look at potentially at Gonthier.
Yes, Sean gets to roll the tongue for Gonthier in the last 16.
Cannot wait. And again, chat, let AE know if it's pronounced wrong. Or if someone could just go ahead and, that's listening along here, just go ahead and ask Marco for us. How about that?
Sounds fair. So Cioffoletti here with 90, you know, it simply has to be the 20s with your opponent on 32.
Still
And
doable.
the tightness and the frustration returns a single one.
So Gary, 32 left to break right back and really put the dagger almost in for Cioffoletti. Does that on the first start. So Gary, 4-1 lead now.
Oh, much. I did not notice that. Yeah, we've got Gonthier coming in, but he took out Ram Guevara Jr. 5-2 at the last 32 stage. So that is certainly of note. I know I saw earlier Ram throwing extremely well, back-to-back 5-1 wins, and we saw him hit the circuit last year, and we know how dangerous Ram can be. So big win from Marco, and
yeah, Ram is a premier soft tip player in North America. One of the best in the country, in North America, really. So typically that translates over to steel just as well. It definitely does for someone like him with the talent that he has. Interesting still, we can talk about it. He throws 9-gram darts that he puts conversion tips on when he plays steel tip too.
Yeah, I got to give Graham a whole lot of credit, akin to how I've always complimented Darren Young in a player that has the ability to play so many different facets of darts. Ram is that type of player. He's just flat out a good dart player.
Yeah.
And a reminder,
those darts are bullets. Go ahead.
A reminder in the chat, if there are some players that we do have extended coverage. So subscribe to PDC TV and you'll be able to see some of those, big names that, you're looking to see. We've got 5 boards of streaming. So it is quite a value to sign up for PDC TV. Not just our events, of course, which we're super proud to bring you, but all year long, it's the only place that you can see the PDC Pro Tour. And here in North America, you also get all those majors from Sky. So I'd go down and drop a few pennies on PDC TV.
It's the best subscription you could ever spend money on if you're a dart fan. Double 15 for the match. The Luke Lillard, and he goes inside. Cioffoletti going to start on 123 on the 19s.
So 104. 18s gives you a bull shot. Yeah, and that just to let John off the hook a little bit. That just exemplifies the frustration of this match. And like you said, we saw a much cleaner, smoother performance in his first round. Oh, the wrong bed. So John Cioffoletti gets another look at 83.
17 for 32. $66 left. Bullseye. To stay in this thing. Oh, just above the wire.
Wouldn't that have been the thing to kickstart John in this match? But just wasn't meant to be. So double 4 to put this away. 2 2s.
And again, Cioffoletti getting reprieve as Gary's missing some match darts. Nobody misses double 4. And he doesn't.
At least this turn.
It fires in there. Yeah, there was one earlier. We're not going to talk about that guy. 4-2 now is Cioffoletti's won 2 legs and it's been breaks a throw both times. The problem is he has not held his throw at any point in time in this match. And how about this? Top 16 now This is the lineup so far of qualifiers. Marco Gonthier, Braden Hall, Stowe Bunts, David Cameron, Jeff Smith, and the Philly legend, Tim Neal, on debut.
You had to
Was
get
down
that in
4-2
there.
in his match, won 5-4.
Yeah, this field has come to play today. I mean, there are quite a few notable names that are on the outside looking in.
Yeah, right now you can watch Davey Main taking on Mike Scarborough. You can watch Chris Caldwell taking on Robbie Techman. You can watch Michael Wynn versus Matt Campbell. And that's on PDC.TV, all of those matches.
Just saying.
And of course, this one.
And the winner here will face Adam Savvada once we return from commercial break.
The Reaper, I believe, is still undefeated in first-round matches in CDC history. At least he has been for the last couple years.
He's putting together quite a historic CDC resume.
And quickly.
In quick fashion, indeed.
Gary just trying to set it up a little bit. Cioffoletti, first look at a finish. 94 remaining. Oh, and he's going to get 2 darts at tops here to make it 4-3. And he has only one break a throw back, folks. Don't call it a comeback.
Well, look at that. John Cioffoletti's put himself in position to make a stab at this. And like you said, it's it'll be a break where that's where he has found, some success. So it'd be very interesting if he got a break, went the distance, and he was in a position that he hasn't succeeded with the throw. But that's yet to be decided. He's got to put together his scoring boots and really push Brooks here in the 8th leg.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And he's hitting troubles. He's hitting a lot of troubles. That's a 171 from Cioffoletti.
Johnny woke up.
The new owner of DPFL is rolling here in the CDC circuit. And Cioffoletti on 148 after 9. AE, that is a perfect time to heat up right now. Would have loved a treble there, but that'll work.
Completely kicked in on the scoring facet, and he's going to come back. He may even get 6. And he will get 6 at 105 if he needs it.
I don't hate that first start.
At a bull?
Yeah.
Or 25 leaves you 80, leaves you a nice tidy 80.
With those extra 3 darts that he can shoot, almost becomes a setup play. Well, he does kind of punt it a little bit, though, AE.
Yeah, that starts to tighten the collar a bit, and mainly based on what Gary does here. Another triple really hurt. All right, so a 95 leaves a 78. So on par.
Oh, great first start. Double 8. You know what they say about double 4?
I do indeed.
They don't say it this time. AE Brooks should have at least one match start here.
He'll start on the 18s as well. So, yes, a 20 for tops. Gary Brooks to take the match. Oh, well over the top. So he gives it back to John Cioffoletti. 2 4s.
And if you're Adam Savvada, you're just like, yep, keep going, folks. Just keep on going, gents. Just take it all out of each other. You can see you both back there bending your backs around, just trying to make yourself comfy. Keep going. With the way his darts sit, this double 2 is a pretty good look for him. Not a bad marker either. Oh, but he pushed a little bit above. I don't foresee Gary missing these other match darts here. I think he's missed enough.
Yeah, and over the course of the 2 matches we've seen him today, he's looked good with 3 in his hand right at a double. And there you go.
Good shake of the hand there from John Cioffoletti and Gary Brooks. What a match. John had opportunities. He's going to kick himself. A 63 average, first of all, is going to make him kick himself. But then on top of that, he got some opportunities at some doubles. And I think what you learned today in the CDC is that you don't have to be perfect to have opportunities to win matches.
Yeah, an important part of the game is your B game, is scraping out opportunities when presented. So
well,
Gary Brooks advances with a matchup against our 1 seed.
Yeah, we have Wyoming versus Arizona. That matchup will be coming up next. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more from the Winmau Darts Championship right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Welcome back to the Winmau Darts Championship. Coming to you live from Niagara Falls, New York.
Okay, we'll try that again. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And take two, welcome to Niagara Falls for the 2026 Winmau Darts Championship. Event number one on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. We're going to see this group come to its finale. The number one seed, Adam Savvada, will take on Gary Brooks. The winner will advance into the last 16. I am gleefully and happily joined by David Garfinkel. Welcome back in, Mr. G.
Happy to be here, Ant, and happy to be virtually sitting alongside you for this incredible top 32 match that we should have here.
And welcome in, everybody. We've seen, two pretty good performances from, I should say one. Adam being a seed, he did not have he came in at that last 64 stage. So a 5-0 win for Savvada over Marinucci. Decent average, but we certainly know how much, this big man has in his locker. Gary Brooks was a little more impressive in his first round match against Danny Rousano. Opened up a small lead in his second match, but honestly struggled a tad bit, but still garnered the win, and he's here with an opportunity against Mr. Savvada.
Yeah, I mean, Gary Brooks is one of those guys where we saw what he could do late in his first round match. Second match was a little squirrely the whole way through, but we also know the gears that Gary has. I mean, you don't make the finals of a national championship by not having game. You don't take Leonard Gates to a last leg decider in a best of 11 if you can't have those gears. So although Gary's game hasn't been there yet today, it doesn't mean that it won't show up against Adam. That being said, I mean, Adam on the CDC tour is just an animal. I mean, I looked through the numbers. This is the 24th match that Adam is playing a last 32 match. If you had to guess, Anthony, how many times did he fail to make the last 16?
I'm going no more than 3.
Twice. Only twice has he been dumped out in the last 32. So out of 24 times playing the CDC, 22 times he has at least made the last 16.
Absolutely incredible. As I talked with Sean, I mean, the resume that this guy's putting together is just incredible. So we are underway.
Yeah, I mean, and that also makes his 8 titles so far that impressive. I mean, 8 out of 24. He wins a third of the events that he plays in. And we're talking about fields with Sto Bunts and David Cameron and Leonard Gates and Jeff Smith, and it just unbelievable run.
Yeah, it feels like a true sort of not turning of the page that the players who were the major players in the first decade are not relevant anymore, but with Stowe and what Adam's doing, and of course, Gates has kind of like been around all the while, but has just been a monster in the last couple of years. It's this, we talk Hall of Fame classes, and Adam Savvada is certainly putting up enough numbers that you would imagine at some point in his career he's going to be in consideration.
Absolutely, but now he's looking at needing this 92 to hold throw and kind of come away with the skin of his teeth, as Gary Brooks just missed.
So in
3 at the double.
Gave him a look at double 6. He misses, but Gary's got a tough double 5. Good marker, I think.
See if he could sneak under, which he cannot. But this was kind of what I was talking about with Gary, as he came out firing in this first leg, leaving himself 16 after 12. 40 after 12, my apologies. That should be a marker for Adam. Click right off it and in. And it appears that's what he does.
Yeah, we've seen Adam's very adept at the bottom of the board. A lot of those doubles don't give him a whole lot of trouble. We've seen him not look to split things, go right at them, and be quite successful.
Yeah, Adam's definitely someone that loves to go over his dart instead of under it, which is why you see that switch on the 18s there when that first dart lands a little bit high. He has definitely gotten a lot more comfortable with the switching. Prefers the switching to the 18s typically over the 19s.
We'll find out what that's all about.
I think he was having issues in his last match also with a little bit noise off stage. He'll have to just zone it out, though. Get back into the flow of things. Which he does. Stays steady, stays a triple ahead.
As you see on your screen, this is a last 32 match, which we've got 16 groups. So this is a win the group match, and that's what's going on around the tournament floor. So we'll keep you updated as we get these last 32 matches underway and move into the round of 16. You can check that out on dartconnect.com.
Yep, joining the list of players so far in the top 16 has been now Dougie Boehm, Charlie Harrison, Tim Kraft, and Jason Roker have all booked their places as well for the top 16.
Yeah, I see Sto Bunts and Cameron there.
Our first top 16 match is actually underway as Dougie Boehm is 5-0 up over Braden Hall. I'm sure Dougie would love nothing more than to win his first ever CDC event in Niagara, which is essentially a hometown for him.
Some hometown cooking for no name. And
as Savvada unable to collect on the 32, see if Brooks could steal a leg back.
And he does. So we're knotted at 1 apiece.
And you could argue that we should be knotted at 1 apiece. Granted, the ones should have gone the other way.
They exchanged breaks, but exactly. So Savvada, leg 3, 1-1. We're back on throw. A little preview over the hill. We will see Jeff Smith and what's the gentleman's first name?
Marco.
We'll see Jeff Smith and Marco Gontier here on our featured board at the last 16 stage.
And it appears Michael Wynn dumped out Matt Campbell with a score of 5-4 in the top 64.
It has been brutal out there today.
Yeah, it has. And it has been tough sledding for some of our former tour card holders in the PDC, in Danny Lauby and Matt Campbell. Both not making it out of the last 64.
First 2 in the bed. Wayward third dart, but leaves him with an out. So we'll see if the Reaper can take out a big 1-6-1.
He cannot, but going to look to leave this handy as he does have 6 from this point.
Mike Scarborough up 3-2 on today's number 9 seed, Joey Lanaugh.
Scarborough made a nice name for himself last year with a couple of deep runs as a affiliate.
He did. I think. I definitely think you'd classify that as a good year, like you said, from coming in as an associate. And again, Savvada puts the first 2 in and can't cash in. But just to put a period on Scarborough. Yeah, I think a good year of experience and a good year of results, and puts him in good stead to open up 2026.
Absolutely. And it can't be stressed enough how much that experience goes such a long way for the following year. I mean, they say it on all levels. Your first year is kind of your learning year. And then moving forward is where
and kudos to this overall playing field. I mean, you've got 99 players that have been looking forward to this weekend and this event in particular for weeks, if not a few months, in terms of looking to get in form, open the season up good. So no shock that the results have been all across the board in terms of the depth of talent that we have now on the championship dart circuit.
For sure. And I mean, I could say, as someone that ran 2 of the Q schools for us, and I was at 2 other tournaments that had Q schools, the buzz around the CDC this year has been nothing that I've seen before. The amount of people that have been interested and wanting to be a part of this was more than prior years, like by far, which is awesome to see and exciting to see that so many players are hungry and wanting to be part of what is built here.
Double 16 for Brooks in leg 4. He cashes in. Great 3 dart combo from Gary Brooks. Holds his throw. And just like David had said earlier, we've got a little juggle back and forth, but essentially leg 5, Savvada's throw, everything square.
Yeah, and I mean, if you clean up those doubles in the first 2 legs, they're both probably low to mid 90s. I mean, remember, Gary missed a dart at a 13 darter in that first leg, and then lost it in 18.
Lenaw fires back up 4-3 on Scarborough. Another seed, Gary Mawson, the 6th seed, as a matter of fact, up 4-2 on Steve Krkorkin. I know I butchered that.
A little bit. I'm sure he's heard way worse. Nick Lindbergh and Michael Wynn knotted up at 1-1.
Beautiful cover shot from Savvada.
And Savvada not going to have to go the bull route here, so he can switch with a single 18.
74, so 60.
Looks
Double
like he nailed the
10.
20 there to leave him 20. The tops to leave him 20.
Yeah. So he'll be back.
Which I think is something that he doesn't mind. He is definitely not the biggest fan of tops with the way that his darts lay.
Really? So there you go.
Yeah, because he is an overstacker. So anything on tops, if it's on that top wire, it ends up as a blocker for him and takes out like half the bed. Which is why you typically see him with 32 and 36 for his combos.
So Brooks opening salvo of 140, looking to make a stand. Savvada replies with the 100. So an opportunity for Gary Brooks to make some hay here in leg number 6. And he does just that. Back-to-back 140s. Did that third one go in? It did not. 140. So Gary Brooks still with the advantage.
55.
And I just saw the wonderful name of Gonthier is actually pronounced Gonche.
Gonche.
So there goes that fun.
Gonche. Okay. So Brooks back on a bogey, so big opportunity.
32.
And a big last start there by Adam. I feel like we've seen a lot of bogey numbers so far
98. Adam, you require
today.
129.
Well, that is, that's just that.
Bullseye for Savvada.
54.
Oh,
That's that just one facet of as you see people progress in the game, just to tighten up a little bit and just to work on that middle part of the game, to not make those slight errors of leaving so many bogeys.
Game shot in the 6th leg. Gary
and a steal by Gary Brooks again on Savvada's missed bowl. We are all squared up yet again at 3-3.
Yeah, Gary Brooks just will not go away. So Savvada's really gotta put it down here to put Brooks away, because I think Gary seems very much in the mood to take opportunities presented to him.
Oh, absolutely. Gary is throwing almost 20 points higher than he did in his last match.
123.
Doug Boehm is your first player into the quarterfinals of the Winmau Darts Championship. 6-0 over Braden Hall. So, as you said, Bane getting a little home cooking and playing well.
Absolutely. He would love nothing more than to lift his first CDC trophy this year. 0-2 in the finals. Holds the CDC record for the highest losing average in a finals match.
So Gary Brooks there on his third turn was looking to do enough to stay with Savvada, because Savvada opened up with a couple of big scoring numbers, and that 45 from Brooks didn't do it, and Savvada makes him pay with a 140. So Savvada looking to, get things back on track and hold his throw in 7. So double 16, his preferred double, and there he goes, up 4-3 after 7.
That's a nice, tidy little 14 darter there by Adam to kind of steady the ship now.
45.
He would love to break throw here and just end it, but he knows worst case scenario in that 9th leg, he does have the throw.
But certainly, even 2 in the bed,
140.
140 for Savvada. But even of a player of Savvada's pedigree, if you will, Brooks has just been doing well enough and taking opportunities that I don't think Adam just really kicked his average up. But we know where Adam can be, and this isn't Adam's A game, right? So I don't think Adam Savvada wants to be in a last leg decider with Gary Brooks right now.
Oh, no way. Nobody, given the chance, nobody wants to go to a last leg decider because anything can happen.
100.
And any player that is out here on this CDC tour can turn up and throw a 12 darter at any given time.
60.
So it's up to Brooks now. He's got a bit of an opening. He needs one more triple.
97.
97 will just leave him on 174. So Savvada, even though it's off throw, he can take this, take the throw, and he will be the first one to look at an out.
Yep, leaves himself 96. Oh, but this is a great setup here by Gary. 14 to leave tops.
Yep, 54 remaining, but he couldn't pull the trigger on the big number. 76 for Savvada. Do we go double-double? No, we don't. Double 8.
88.
Ooh, and he just pulls it inside. Let's see if Gary could clean up this 43 to send us to a decider.
Real good marker.
3.
Oh, over the top instead of getting it underneath to use it as a guide in.
Game shot and the match.
And Savvada cleans up on the double 4 and books his place into the last 16 of CDC event number 1.
And Adam Savvada, as you said, is into the last 16, and he's certainly a player that in the 2 matches has looked good, but not looked great. But also a player that you don't want to leave in the competition to have that spark hit, right? Adam can take off at any moment, and sometimes for top players, it is just a win in advance, take the victory, and reset a little bit. So he is in the last 16. Any last words on that match before we head out, Mr. Garfinkel?
I mean, the crazy thing is saying Adam hasn't looked great when he's currently the 3rd highest average in the competition and just threw a 92. Like, that shows the gears and level that Adam Savvada has and what we expect of him.
Without a doubt, because we know Savvada great is 104. But without delay, let's set up our next match and give everybody a short break. So give me the proper pronunciation on the gentleman's name. Marco
Ganche.
Marco Ganche will be taking on Jeff Smith in the round of 16 when we come back with more from the 2026 Winmau Darts Championship.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Welcome back to the Winmau Darts Championship. Coming to you live from Niagara Falls, New York.
Mm-hmm. Welcome back, everyone, to this first event of the 2026 season, the Winmau Darts Championship. I am Sean Green, joined once again by my partner in comms, who's going to unmute himself, the great David Garfinkel. Dave, man, what a match we have here. A couple of random Canadians.
I mean, I was just being a polite number 2 and keeping myself muted while you were giving that wonderful introduction, Sean.
I just did it just in case, you know?
It's appreciated. Thank you for always looking after me because, you know, I can be a little sometimes.
So unfortunately, I was way off on the pronunciation of Marco's last name, but fortunately, I had a break there so I could actually look it up myself. I actually sent him a Facebook message to ask him personally, and his response was a smiley face. So I'm guessing he speaks zero English whatsoever, and I could tell that also because it looked like he was using Translate with Good there too to ask him questions. So fun. It's great to have these guys come in here and that have success in Quebec and locally and throughout the country, and now are taking on the CDC. And plus, he's a lefty, so he's right up your alley.
Love me a good lefty. Lefties rule the world. Just remember that.
And of course, these are not random Canadians. We do have Marco in his first CDC event ever making this top 16 match. But of course, the silencer needs no introduction. Jeff Smith has been around for a very long time, one of the premier players out of Canada, one of the best players of all time out of Canada, and excited to see what he can do here in this top 16.
He is one of the few guys that has lifted both a Continental Cup and a cross-border trophy.
One of 3?
Yes. Him, Gates, and Spellman, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, because we've only had 4 cross-borders, and Cameron has never lifted a Continental Cup yet.
Let me ask you a question about that, because I think that is an interesting question to really look at. Do you think David Cameron's obviously won a lot, right? I'm not putting anything past that. He's won 9 times on tour. Do you think him finally getting past his first major win gives him even more confidence heading into the season?
100%. 100%. And I think it gives him more confidence heading into the Continental Cup and the cross-border next year and the U.S. Dart Masters, now that he's finally gotten that major win.
That proverbial monkey off the back?
Correct. And the crazy thing is we're talking about a guy that's won on the Ali Pali stage.
Yep.
And had a massive comeback, nonetheless, on an Ali Pali stage, down at the brink 2-0-2-0.
The largest comeback you can have.
84.
But yeah, I just think that's a very interesting dynamic to deal with there, as we do still have one top 32 match going on out there, and John Schauman taking on Keith Way. It's good to see Keith having some success today.
Awesome to see Keith. And Keith back, just one of those genuine guys.
100%. As we are off and running here,
58.
Marco Gonche is taking on Jeff Smith.
Yeah, and it's nice to get the first look of Marco. And I mean, considering the names that he's already taken out, Danny Young, Ram Guevara, he's kind of, bullied Texas a little bit.
Absolutely.
Sure Gates would have been next if he was the seed. But yeah, I mean, when you're taking out those names in your debut, it means that we're probably going to be saying your name a lot over the course of the next 16 events.
Absolutely. And we just mentioned the fact where I asked you that question about David Cameron. He does have the highest average so far today at almost a 91. Savvada at a 90. Gino Florian, third in averages at a 90 as well.
82.
Yeah,
Jeff, you require
but Gino did only have that one match. So it kind of skews it a little bit.
He went all 9 legs, man.
He did.
This is on. It's off. But he'll set it up beautifully here.
95.
Jeff does. Always looking to leave that double 16. Or, sorry, that double 18, excuse me. So
although
he might go 14
we're going to see
here.
him.
14 would not be right.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes
Jeff,
20
you
double
require
16.
52.
It'll be 16 for 36. There's a 16.
Game shot.
And there's a
first leg,
36.
Jeff Smith.
Okay.
What
Second
now,
leg,
Dave?
Marco to
I'm
throw
just kidding.
first.
It's 1-0 Jeff Smith into the break it, and it's a hole to throw there for Jeff.
I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy.
Marco's had great darts so far. Now on the streaming board for the first time. How much added pressure is that to have a caller calling for you? Just it's a different scenario in this quiet room.
Absolutely. And for someone from the
50.
Quebec area, I'd assume he probably doesn't know who Ram is, doesn't know who Danny Young is.
Fair.
I guarantee you he knows who Jeff Smith is. And I'm not saying that he
99.
fears Jeff Smith in any way, because I'm sure he's played Jeff a ton in Canadian Nationals and that type of stuff. And if I had to guess, they both look like they're right around the same age.
44.
Yep.
But it's still different playing someone that you know and somebody that you know the levels that they could reach.
I think that you're absolutely correct there. And we see that now all the time. And CDC, you'll see it in the PDC events, right? I mean, the amount of people that fold to a name because it's a name, it's just an advantage. And Jeff Smith has that type of an advantage on an
137.
opponent for the most part. There are very few people that go into a Jeff Smith match knowing that they are equally matched, or that they have equal stats against him. Because his overall average in the
96.
CDC altogether is a 90.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe he's the second highest overall average in the CDC.
And that's in 66 total matches. So it's not like it's a
83.
small stat line that we're looking at either.
Correct.
Marco dragging into the fives. He's going to leave a finish no matter what. That's the good news. The bad news is that the best finish he can leave is 98.
30.
He's not going to do that. The other bad news, Jeff Smith is on 179. It's probably going to set it up pretty nicely here.
134.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what he does with that
Marco, you require
134.
138.
So 9 for doubles, 18 is what the look's going to be for Jeff.
32. Jeff, you require 45.
Mm-hmm.
You got
Game
it.
shot in the second leg. Jeff
I mean,
Smith.
it's
Third
not
leg.
what you think of right away,
Jeff to throw
but it
first.
is if it's Jeff
Game
Smith.
on.
So I actually have coming into this, Jeff Smith is the fourth highest
Okay.
average on the CDC tour.
It's
81.
1 through 3.
You tell me.
Oh, that's a good question. Is Savvada higher?
Savvada is number 3.
44.
Cameron?
Cameron is number 2.
Oh, man, I'm 2 for 2 in the right order too. This is terrifying.
96.
Let me think about it real quick before I make my final decision. Is it someone who's played a lot?
I mean, 122 matches,
Okay.
60.
96 and 26.
Ooh. Man, so newer player, newish player, not like the last 4 years, 5 years.
I'm not necessarily newish.
Is it Matt Campbell?
Nope.
Danny Lobby?
Nope.
Who is it?
Danny Baggish.
50.
Oh, duh. I'm so silly. What a fun little thing we did right there. Speaking of fun little things, they do jump up the race now. It is a race to 6, best of 11
42.
here in the last 16, in the last 8. And the semifinals and finals, it jumps to
95.
best of
Jeff,
13.
you require 142.
Unless the finals jumps again, but I don't think it does.
No.
Okay.
Semifinals and finals stays at
64.
13.
Pretty sure I was right on that, but you never know, right? Couple matches out there going on. top 32 matches. Albert
100.
Anstie, Chris Caldwell
Jeff,
is
you
about to get
require
started.
78.
So a couple Canadians, one from Toronto, one from, of course, Newfoundland. We saw Albert, the hero of the cross-border
Games
darts
got the
challenge, as
third
Jeff
leg.
Smith takes out
Jeff
that one
Smith.
quick
Fourth
and
leg,
easy.
Marco to throw first.
It's
Jeff
a
Smith's
3-0
starting
lead.
to, and Jeff Smith is starting to feel comfortable, which is dangerous for other people involved.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his first 2 matches, right, for Smith,
90.
and he left some in the tank for the later part of these nights. He threw an 88 in the second round against Millar, but he needed to against Millar. But an
125.
81 and then an 84 is, I mean, B minus C plus game for Jeff Smith. And if he starts getting above 90s to his
96.
B plus A minus game, A game, it's gonna be tough because his finishing is on point.
Which really is
96.
like, it's just crazy to think about the levels that the CDC has now reached, where, I mean, back before, an 80 used to
100.
win you a lot of events.
Mid 80s still
And now
can.
we're at the case where an 80 is just not good enough.
100.
Well, yeah, you scroll down here. 80 average would be 19th overall today.
Yeah.
At this point.
89.
I mean, you had events last year, in like the initial years, that were won with an 80 average.
85.
And again, you can still win
Marco,
with a
you
mid
require
80s average.
126.
You just got to time things a little bit better.
Correct.
Marco staying there. The treble, not going to hit it. So Smith is going to come back with 95.
86. Jeff,
I'm
you
interested to
require
see
under
the
a
route that
lot
he's
of
going to
pressure.
take. Yep. 70 left. It is a blocker a little bit, though, on the bull. Yeah, and you saw it
70.
click down.
Marco, you require 40.
Yeah, I think he should have slid over there a little bit. It would have opened up the bull for him a little bit more. But tops from Marco to go on the board. He's going to chase it down to double 10. Going to go all the way around the world for double 5.
30.
Oh, and
when he
Gonche
lets the
cannot do that.
opportunity slip away.
$13 for double
Game shot in the
12.
fourth leg.
Or sorry,
Jeff
double
Smith.
6. 12 left. And Jeff Smith takes a
Fifth leg.
4-0
Jeff
lead
to
now.
throw
And,
first.
well,
Game
this is
on.
going about as swimmingly as it possibly could if you're Jeff Smith.
Yeah, that's a very unusual route for 25 that you don't see often.
58.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. You know, he had to shoot at it because there's odd or even numbers on either side of it.
45.
And he might miss one wedge. He's definitely not missing 2.
No.
93.
But, I mean, traditionally speaking, at 25, no matter where you go after, you're going to have evens on both sides. Because your most commons are either 9 or 1 for the double 8 or double 24 or double 12. I think that's why you see some people go 17 double 4 to give themselves that little bit of leeway into the 3. But
45.
I mean, who in their right mind wants double 11?
I don't hate that number. I don't want it, but I don't hate it. I like the weight of it compared to the bullseye, and that's the only reason why I don't hate it. Same thing with
100.
double 6, right? It's the same weight as the
Yeah.
bull. Jeff does start on the 18s. Needs another treble to leave a finish.
95.
Not going to do that. So Gonche, a chance to get first look at a finish against the throw. And if he's
Just
going
has
to get
to
started, it
stay
needs to be
straight.
now.
That's getting
is straight.
started, Sean.
118.
Well, boom goes the dynamite. That's a 180 from Gonche.
I mean, that's one way to get started. Now we'll see if he can collect this tops to get his
90.
first leg on the
Marco, you
board this
require
time.
40.
Those are some tiny flights. And some long
They
darts.
they are.
That is an interesting setup.
They're almost like the Phil Taylor flights.
I think they say power on them.
20. Jeff, you require 100.
And once again, he cannot hit the double.
Don't
Jeff
be surprised here,
Smith
folks.
looking at a Shanghai. Second on the stream. Going to look to get right over the... Oh, what bull.
Ooh.
44.
How cool would that have been
19, sorry, 60.
if you would have popped the
correction.
balloon twice?
Marco, you require 20.
Not what you want to do if you're gone Shay. Definitely not anymore.
Oh.
18.
Oh, he leaves two.
Definitely not.
Does he get a look at it? Most likely not. Well,
I
he's
think
gotta fit
Jeff
it
thought
between
that
them.
was in.
Game shot in the 5th.
That one
leg,
is.
Jeff Smith.
Yeah, it is. And it is a
Sixth
5-0
to throw
railroading
first.
now for
Game
Jeff
on.
Smith.
Yeah, I feel like we're in early 2000s metal music because he's rolling.
Rolling down the river?
No, different band. Person, singer. Yeah,
Tomato, potato.
95.
exactly. Jeff's only averaging 84.5, but I say only. He's up 5-0, so who cares? He's kind of slowed down too due to this. I choked you up.
Yeah, you did. And I mean, Jeff was at almost a 90 going into that last leg. So,
44.
I mean, that's where you see the averages. They fluctuate so quickly, which is why averages are a wonderful guideline, but not an end-all, be-all.
96.
I'm gonna tell you what, though. No matter what happens here with Marco, very first CDC event to reach the top 16 is an accomplishment, and I'm a fan. I love
127.
really everything. He's a lefty. That dart setup is so unique that he throws with. So there's a lot of character in Gonche.
100%. And it was,
60.
you know, we stressed a lot last year how there's this new blood rising and these new guys aren't afraid. And this year has started off that same way where, you know, top 16, you have Braden Hall.
95.
You have Charlie Harrison, who just got his tour card. You have Tim Kraft. You have, I mean, Jason Roker's been a mainstay on tour the last couple of years, but he gets in there. Tim Neal on debut is
90.
is in the top 16.
Stowe and Dougie are the first two in the top 8.
$100.
Mike Scarborough has himself in another top 16 yet again.
He's starting to make it a habit.
Yeah, so it's very
100.
exciting.
Marco,
to see
you require
players
40.
tracking in more regularly and moving themselves up those rankings.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
Gonche gets the first.
7th leg. Jeff to throw first. Game
Third
on.
time is a charm for Marco as he finally pins that tops, gets his first leg on the board, and starts his journey of hopefully a comeback for
55.
himself.
I don't know if you can tell that I'm celebrating the fact that I know how to say Gonche. And it's fun
I
to say.
had no idea. And as you could tell, I've just decided to go with Marco.
Yeah. Polo.
Found you.
Yes, you did.
55.
I was a fish out of water the whole time.
So now we will see if Marco can build off of that first leg on the board.
The average is creeping up.
55.
He's had darts at doubles in the last few legs.
Yeah.
So I the signs are looking good.
He was first to double the last 2 legs
100.
before this one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which if you flip that, that means it's a 3-3 game. But that is not how darts works.
Yeah, you can't flip
Just
it.
because you're the first there does not mean you get it.
140.
It's like a good old 3-putt.
The wonderful birdogie. Had a putt at a birdie.
97.
Ended up with a bogey.
I feel like worse though is when you're on the green and 2 on a par 5 and then you make par.
I wouldn't know.
100.
Fair. Whether that's because you always make the birdie on those when you have that situation, or
No, I don't know
never
what it's like
have.
to be on a par 5 and 2.
I don't know. I've seen you
64.
hit it to like
Marco,
a
you
foot
require
before for
100.
birdie on a golf
Par
course.
4.
Yeah, it's still.
Yeah. Double 16.
76.
Oh.
Jeff, you require 130.
It'd be like Jeff to hit this for the win.
It definitely would.
Needs the trouble.
Should be a marker. Unable to slide it
65.
down.
Marco, you require 32.
A little bit surprised about last
Interesting
start,
last
aren't you? Yeah. Glad we're on the same page.
Especially for someone that loves double 18.
Exactly. Gonche's got to
Can
hit
Marco
this.
work that
No
in?
score.
No, that's
Jeff, you
crazy.
require 65.
That was a deflection.
Something like that. Okay. Oh, double 2 for the win.
61.
Just on the other side of the wire,
Marco,
so
you
Gonche gets
require
another chance.
32.
See if he could clean up his doubles. Get us to a 5-2 score line.
If he does, he's going first again.
No score.
But he busts it,
Jeff, you require 4.
so I don't think he'll be back again.
I don't either. And those just looked like nervy darts at the double.
He might be back again, as we're in the madhouse. But it is right next to the double 18.
2. Marco, you require
Ooh.
32.
You don't see this very often.
Game shot in the 7th
And it
leg.
finally
Marco
goes in for
again.
Marco. And
Straight
Gonche
play.
makes it
Marco
5-2.
to throw first.
And he's going first here.
Game on.
And they both will be relieved to get off doubles for a hot minute.
The major question is, do they allow that double trouble to sneak
57.
into the scoring phase? Or are they able to just shake it off? I feel like Jeff Smith is someone that we know can shake it off,
44.
although he only opens with a 44.
Mm-hmm. I think the only reason why he might not shake it off there is because he had so many match starts.
98.
Yeah.
And usually match starts are the thing that he is he doesn't mess around with.
95.
No, Jeff Smith definitely known as a finisher in darts. Someone that might not have that explosive scoring
87.
power, but his combo outs, his doubles will always carry him to victories. And I mean, brought him to a second place Lakeside finish years ago,
97.
and a second place U.S. Dart Masters finish a couple of years ago
against the soon-to-be world champion in Luke Humphreys, beating him 8-7
83.
in the last late decider to get to that final.
Yes, and then
Where he
lost
got-
to Van Gerwen.
Yeah, but his
The 167.
167 was everything. At that point,
Yes.
nothing else mattered.
No.
And he is first to the finish here. Leaves the big fish.
$82. Jeff, you require 170.
We'll have to take a look at it. Will not hit it.
58.
Oof.
Marco,
And you know he would have wanted at
94.
least one treble there.
Marco would love 2 darts at a double here. Not going to happen unless he goes double-double.
He does not seem like a double-double type of player to
54.
me.
Jeff, you require 112.
This set
But
up
he
perfect
does set
for
it up,
Jeff.
leaves 40. All the pressure on this 112 now.
$52. Marco, you require 40.
Okay, to make it 5-3 and
Game shot
just keep
in the
winning
8th
some
leg.
legs,
Marco
and it
Gautier.
does. This is starting to extend,
leg.
and
Jeff
I
to
think
throw
this is starting to
first.
wear on Smith, who knows this should have been over 3 legs ago.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And he's starting to throw
45.
worse.
Yes. I mean, his body language is starting to get a little bit negative.
96.
But, I mean, he is a professional. And I foresee him riding the ship. I see
Just like
him
this?
riding the ship.
180.
Well, that's a 180 from Jeff Smith. Ship righted.
Yeah.
We have a quarterfinal match already off and running. Dougie Bame, Stowe Bunts, that is on board number 3. Battle of DJD players and teammates.
Yep. And good
100.
friends. I mean, Stowe and Dougie travel together, room together.
Yeah, they're type of friends that they'll play each other in the match,
59.
and even if one of them whoops the other one, they'll immediately become great friends again. They might talk trash to each other after that, but
Oh, absolutely.
the setup's going to be perfect.
136.
Does leave tops instead of the 36. I think just to avoid potentially busting with hitting a 180.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Gonche's comeback is going to fall a little bit short.
76. Jeff, you require 40.
I believe so, but I mean, a lot of positives to take out of this match and this comeback.
Game shot and the
Again,
match.
I'm a fan, but Jeff Smith does get the job done. A 6-3 victory over the debutant in Marco Gonche. And if anything else, I learned how to say that name in French today. And I appreciate that for sure. Albert Anstey up 4-1 on Chris Caldwell in the top 32. Top 16, Jason Roker up 4-2 on Tim Kraft. The Philly legend down 4-1 to Gary Mawson. And Dougie Bame up 1-0 in the quarterfinals against Stowe Bunts. And we have plenty of action still to come, folks. And that involves potentially Adam Savvada back on our board. It could be a little bit of time, though, as it's also the Albert Anstey, Chris Caldwell top 32 will be to our feature board. So it might be a little bit of an extended break that we're taking here. So don't go anywhere, folks. Go to pdc.tv, check out boards 2, 3, 4, and 5, or 2, 3, and 4 in the meantime, while we get ready for our main streaming board action to come your way. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more from the Winmau Darts Championship right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
All right, bringing you some bonus coverage here from board number 2, live look in, because it's going to be a hot minute before board number 1 is ready for our quarterfinal matchup. But it is Stowe Bunts taking on Dougie Bame. It is a 5-4 scoreline in favor of Stowe. Right now,
And
Stowe's on 182 and Doug's on 265. I'm joined by AE and Dave Garfinkel.
Yeah, we got all the boys here. This is going to be just a mishmash, and let's just throw the formalities out the window, have some fun, look at some peek-ins, and trust me, we'll keep pushing for bonus coverage. Even if this match finishes, we'll go grab, Smith and Roker or something like that. Let's keep everybody entertained as we can, and then we'll get a full match when we are ready for the first quarterfinal on the board, which will be, if you're looking at the bracket, it's between Savvada, Anstey, and Wynn and Scarborough. So those winners will eventually get to us here on the feature, and we'll have a full match. Up until then, we'll chit-chat. The two boys that I'm working with here are great pulling up different stats on Dart Connect. We'll see who's doing hot stuff in terms of averages and outs and all that jazz, and take a look at who's still in the tournament, and we'll have this little peekaboo box here in the corner.
Yeah, and I think it's safe to say for all of the viewers at home that were watching the loop of commercials going, where are the darts? All three of us were sitting here.
Doug just hit that 123
wanting
checkout.
To see the darts.
On the bull.
That is the second big checkout by Dougie also. He checked out a 108 earlier to take a 4-3 lead.
That's a break of throw to send us to a last leg decider.
So let's see where we're at the tournament, boys. We've got 3 games, right, yet to be determined at the last 16 stage, and let's see if they're all in play. Well, the top, Savvada Anstey, that hasn't started yet, although we hope that can get moving. But Anstey, came out of a tight match at the last 32. Wynn and Scarborough underway. Wynn up 3-2, and then Cameron Schauman tied at 2. So, we're close to.
Yeah, the problem is that Savvada and Anstey are waiting for the winner, or waiting for board 3 to clear between Bunts and Bame. So they still got a whole nother match to play.
Well, if I'm sure the tournament team. Well, this is where you get stuck. This match on 3 is almost done, but they, could consider moving it to get it underway.
But we do have schedules that we've sent to third-party individuals that kind of cause us to kind of cement some of this.
Well, but they're not locked. But I don't think they're locked into board 3. You can essentially and we know how Dart Connect. You could take what's out on the floor, board 14, just pull up the tablet and call it 3, and they can start playing darts.
It's a little weird going before a top 16 match on the same board.
Well, this is where, in all earnesty, this is where the bracket gets a little funky, where you get to that place where everybody's a group, a board or a group winner, right? Things are moving a little funny. It's always when you're trying to present streaming stuff, there's always a hiccup at about this spot. But we're trying to do our best to get everything caught up.
Let me quickly try to call out this last little bit of this match here, because Stowe's on 86, and he will be first to look at a checkout here. Dougie on 174, now 90. So 86 left for Stowe. It looks like that first dart's in. So 32 goes. Stowe Bunts wins with a 14 darter.
14.
6-5 over Doug Bain.
What a leg. What a way for Stowe to not let that 1-2-3 kind of crush him. And then Dougie started off that leg with a 180 to boot.
Yep.
So to go 1-2-3 and then 180 in the decider, and Stowe still comes up.
Yeah, production, if you can go to 2, actually, right? 2 should, I don't see them on the board underway yet. Well, I think you were just on 3.
2. Oh, cool. So we're up on board number 5 here, which is
So now we have a live look in. Michael Scarborough, Michael Wynn. They are currently 4-2. Mike Wynn leading Mike Scarborough in a race to 6.
Okay, so that's why Smith and Roker aren't underway. Are they waiting for this board?
Yep.
Okay, Michael. So there you go. Michael Wynn gets himself on the stream. All right, I realize why. I kind of forget that we've got the PDC boards. Yes.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
But I was talking about picking up Savvada Anstey, right? Even though they're sitting there waiting for 3. I'm like, why don't you bring them out to 14? Because I'm thinking in my head, this is our main board in terms of features and also in terms of wagering and all that kind of jazz. But no, there's also a responsibility on boards 2, 3, 4, and 5 for content. So like a case like Smith and Roker, they're assigned to 2. People in Europe have that already, that they're going to be on 2 coming up. So they have to wait for Wynn to Scarborough to get finished on 2 to start playing, or else you get a lot of cross wires and unhappy folks. So
I'm going to ask you both this question, but Dave, I'm going to ask you first. Wynn up 5-2 over Scarborough. Is that surprising to you?
I know this isn't an answer, but no and yes.
Fair.
The reason why I say no is because we've seen the level of play that Data can produce and has produced in the past. The reason why it's a yes is because as far as recently, over the last year and a half, and as far as form goes, Michael Scarborough has been the better player. And Data has struggled over the last year and a half, as far as on the CDC goes and coming up with results.
Well, and you can tell that the timing is working out for Data as well, because it's an 82 average for Data right now versus an 84 for Scarborough. So Scarborough even averaging a little bit better and still down 5-2.
Yeah. Yes, but that could also easily just be like one of the legs that Scarborough won. He threw a 14 darter and Wynn was at 350.
That is also true.
But in every other leg, Scarborough was first to Wynn was first to a double.
Where'd Wynn finish last year? Let's see if I've got that somewhere.
Outside of the top 16.
Well, I knew that because I knew the field going into the Continental Cup. But I'm saying how far out? Only because I'm going to give my take. If you know,
yeah,
I think Wynn is like earlier we were talking about seeds. We were talking about a guy like Scarborough putting in the work and where that gets you. Like if you look at the players that came into today, seeded 12-16, Roker, Young, Robinson, McCarg, and Caldwell, right? Guys that we've seen sort of do that work and do the progression over the last 18 to 24 months. And I think like that's where we're seeing with guys.
So to answer
I
your
think
question,
Wynn feels to me like that one of the next guys to solidly break into that top 20, you know?
Yeah, so to answer your question, Ant, he finished 51st last year.
He did. Okay, that surprises me. I didn't
think he missed a lot of events.
Okay. because again, my recollection is a player who hasn't completely broken through yet. I think we probably saw in earnest only maybe 2 spots in the last year and a half where he got to real in depth, maybe a quarterfinal or something like that. But I've seen him play pretty well. Like you said, maybe the form has dipped of late, but
he only played 2 weekends last year.
Okay, well that yeah. And then going too deep in the weeds, which we won't do. Then I'd be curious really to see like the year before, because that's where I think my memory is more of of his deeper runs.
Yeah.
Well, this is for the win here for Data. 8 needed, and he got it done. So Michael wins 6-2 victory over Scarborough.
And where will we see Michael win next? Right here on a feature board. I mean, not yet, of course, but he will await the winner of Savvada Anstey, who they are just getting underway over on board 3, so you can see that on PDC TV. Like, yeah, folks, you can pull up these matches, watch them, and we're gonna, you could keep us up as commentary, and we've got a peek in here. We've got access to Dark Connect, and so we can pull up PDC ourselves.
So this is going to be Michael Wynn's first ever top 8 appearance in the CDC.
Okay. That's awesome. Congratulations on the quarterfinal.
Yep.
Will he take on the number 1 seed?
He made 3 top 6.
Okay, so that's what I recollected. I thought I had seen him in a quarters. I was going to say 16, but I didn't want to shortchange him. So yeah, we've seen a few decent runs from him, but again, it's the process of, it's not just doing it, it's doing it on a regular basis, stringing them together, because what you get is that's what we've seen from a Jason Roker, Chris McCarg, and Chris Caldwell in the last year, and hence now you get into a spot where you break into those seeds.
Yeah, and I love this. So he makes his first top 8, his first quarterfinal, and what does he win? Date with either the number 1 seed in Adam Savvada or the Canadian Hall of Famer in Albert Anstey.
Well, I mean that those are the big, those are the cash and prizes we have available on the championship dart circuit. Like, nobody said this was going to be easy. It might be fruitful, but it certainly ain't going to be easy. So what do we have left out there? The last, two top 16 matches. The aforementioned and Cameron just got through. So Cameron is through for a matchup with Moss, and then we'll let one of the boys set the table for all the quarterfinals in a second. But so the only match we're still waiting on from a top 16 perspective is Savvada Anstey.
Is the one that we're currently watching, which is nice. So yeah, it'll be Jeff Smith versus Jason Broker on streaming board number 2. We already saw Stowe Bunts make the semifinals. He will take on the winner of David Cameron or Gary Mawson, which will stream on board number 4. And then, of course, this one right here, once the winner is announced or is done on this one, they will play Michael Wynn, aka Data, in our main stream with full board coverage.
Is that first one in?
They're trying to replicate the tops for the victory.
That was my exact thoughts.
As I walk over, so my suggestion's not going to fly. Not going to sound really good after I just did that. When I suggest if we should go to a 3-man booth for a couple of upcoming games, as long as we don't dance on each other.
I mean, I don't know if you listened to the first 2 matches, but me and Sean said pretty much the exact same statement at the exact same time, like 4
a half second apart. Yep.
Yeah, I listened to both in full, and exactly. You said the same thing, and David goes, the same thing.
That's so good. Savvada took a little extra time, a little step back there. He hit double 17, shooting for the single 17 with 33 left. That time he gets the big 17. So double 8. And he hits that. It's a break a throw, too, in leg number 1 for Savvada.
Do you feel that's an unusual route at 33?
Yes.
Like, why skip the double 16? Why not go 1 double 16? Like you're already breaking down further than you have to.
Maybe because if you go left on it into the 3, a 2-dart finish.
Yeah.
My only thought on it.
But also the 51 brings in a bust dart if you go a little high.
So is the 34. Which is what he did the first time around.
Yeah.
AE, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's probably the bust factor, like, and or safety factor, like you said. Because what did he do? We went 17-33 to leave a double 8 instead of, like you said, kind of buying himself the extra dart, which is the 32. But yeah, I think probably that field. But again, you've got 2 doesn't get you anywhere. But at least, yeah, maybe it's just simply the 3 safety valve is it, right? Because up top you've got 20s and 18s. That's all no man's land,
Yeah.
So it's probably, yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any overwhelming good answer to that. They're both lukewarm. It's like both kissing your sister.
Yeah, like to me, if I had 2 darts at a double, I would rather go 16-8 than, God forbid, go inside on the 8, and now I'm going all the way across the board to the double 4.
But he likes
I guess
that side of the
Adam is
board.
someone that loves double 18.
Yeah.
Maybe the double 4
certainly.
he almost would rather get to quicker.
No, I mean, from a tactical standpoint, yes, obviously the double 8, the double 16, double 8 is like optimal, maximum. You know what though? Now I'm thinking about it, making even a more case. But it's like you got to stay in the ones, because even if you hit the triple 1 now you're looking at double 15, right? If you don't want to fix it, you can you can fix that. So that might even bode just a smidge more for going with the ones.
Well, the aforementioned double 18 does go on the first start for Adam Savvada to take a 2-0 lead. It's like we know what we're talking about, folks.
On occasion.
Rarely.
I never know.
Savvada up 2-0 on Albert Anstie. All right, we're working on bonus coverage. So you've got Smith and Roker getting underway there. And again, you can see these matches in full on PDC TV, but you don't get the sweet sounds of Green, Garfinkel, and Eugenia.
That sounds like a law firm.
It does. And it's the people in the middle there that really, really sets it apart from the law firm.
Whoa. And now what we're going to do to really confuse everything. Sean, you're going to commentate on Jeff Smith. Anthony, you're going to commentate on Albert's match. And I'm just going to talk about the commercials.
Well, we'll give you Cameron Mawson in a minute. We can do commentary on 3 matches at 3 times.
All at the same time.
Yeah, you can give me a critique on the commercials, David. Oh, that's hilarious.
Our director talking about the negative stuff, and we don't appreciate that. It's all positive.
We actually
all looks brilliant.
For those in the chat, we can't, based on contractual obligations, we can't expand these games and show them in full on the feature. They're found where they're supposed to be found on PDC TV. It's a contractual obligation we have to show those matches in full at that destination.
So you get a little tease.
Yeah, this is a taste. It's an hors d'oeuvre. It's a smorgasbord of what's out there. So if you want those, individual matches, or even pull up multiple monitors and all that good stuff. But in terms of what we're presenting here, we actually can't. So we want to give you a little something. We're having fun talking to you. Hope you're hanging out, enjoying things with us as well.
Look, here's the deal, right? just go to pdc.tv, get your subscription. And here's why. Because tomorrow morning, you can wake up and the European Tour is going to be on. You can watch darts, the PDC pros playing in the European Tour all morning long. And then at noon, we start. So then you got us going with 5 boards strong for that total. And then once our tournament's over with, guess what? Go back to the European Tour for the wrap up of that on Saturday. And you just spent your whole day watching darts. And I don't know if there's too many better days than that. You know,
I agree. It is very, very kind that the PDC puts on all of that additional cool coverage in addition to the CDC stuff. You know, I think it would be worth the price of admission just for the CDC boards. But, you know, those chaps over at the PDC are very kind.
Always the giving kind.
So is that double 18 for Savvada as he takes a 3-0 lead now over Anstey.
And Michael Wynn awaits that winner. So coming up, folks, we will have a match in full. Michael Wynn will take on the winner of Savvada Anstey.
A little bit of a David Goth versus Goliath if it ends up being Savvada versus Wynn, and just the results of the CDC.
I was just going to say even the sizes of them.
Well, that's too. That too. I didn't want to go there, but I mean, you got Savvada, 8-time champion, and the past 3 years has just been rolling. Overall average is a 89 in the CDC, whereas you got Michael Wynn overall is a 75, and he only has a 39% win percentage in CDC matches. It'll be his first quarterfinal ever. So I'm excited to see that underdog scenario kind of play out. And I know that Data will want nothing more than to have that target on his back as an underdog and come in and surprise people.
And I mean, he's already only taken out Matt Campbell. So
not been an easy road.
So Jason Roker threw 2 legs, throwing a 90 average and down 2-0 because Jeff Smith has gone 16 darter, 12 darter in the first 2 legs.
Wait, that's an average of 14 darts.
That is.
Not bad. And then he starts off 180 in leg number 3.
Of course he
Jeff
does.
Smith.
And do you know what the average for a 14 dart average is?
109, 108 point something.
107.
Okay, that was close. Of course, I really should just know that, but we're going to go with close for now. So setting this up one more time, right? You got Jeff Smith, Jason Roker. The winner of that one gets the winner of Savvada, Anstey, and Data. And then at the bottom half of the bracket, you got Stowe Bunts awaiting the winner of David Cameron, Gary Monson. So we could have a repeat of the double in, double out final from last season between Cameron and Stowe. That is, I believe, still the most watched reel on our CDC Facebook page at well over 1 million views.
Yeah, that was just mayhem.
Yep. It was
that
gross.
Was a very fun match.
It was gross. Yes, Sean. It was gross.
It was gross. When they were playing, when Stowe was playing 150 checkout bingo.
Mm-hmm.
I think half of it is people just want to come on and fight you for that phrasing.
152, 155, 157.
Mm-hmm. And then didn't he miss a 154 or something?
And a 150. Yep. With the last start. Yeah. Insane. And he still lost, by the way.
He did.
Because Cameron was 8 for 8 on his double in the last 8 legs of the match. That's going to be a final where both players average in the mid-90s on a double in tournament. That's probably not going to happen again.
Yeah.
On the averages.
On the other hand, 3 legs in and Jeff Smith is averaging a 113.
So he's getting better.
16, 12, 14.
Well, never mind. He's staying the same. So how's that?
Well, this leg he's gone 180, 140, 102 to leave 79 after 9.
I thought I was commentating on Jeff Smith. I'm just kidding.
Savvada.
I'm sorry. So we have a lovely Dart Connect commercial here, as you can see.
Stay in your lane, Garfinkel. Stay in your lane.
Boomerang Course Fiesta is where you're at.
In Costa Rica. Planning to go
Jeff
to Costa
Smith
Rica?
takes
Want
a
to go
4-0
tuna
lead.
fishing? Come out to a Boomerang Tours.
Smith averaging 109 now overall.
Betcha. Look at that fish.
I'm still waiting for a CDC excursion.
Anthony,
Costa
you're supposed
Rica.
to be talking about Savvada. Stop taking the commercials from me.
I know, as far as the fans are concerned, this match doesn't exist. Eugenia hasn't said a word about it. I'm looking at Dark Connect more than Savvada up 4-0. Well, there you go. There's your summary. Your Wonder Bread summary.
That's interesting because Jeff Smith's up 4-0 too.
16. I think I'm making an executive decision. I think we're going to do the finals 3-man. We're going to go 3-way.
Booth. I finished it for you.
We go. Oh. Hey, nice, Sean. Be kind.
I'm always down for a party. Let's do it.
You got trifecta. But you would have won so much money on the trifecta of the Kentucky Derby this year.
Yeah, you would have. It paid out monstrous.
Savvada down on the bottom. We've talked about how efficient he is down there. Nope, back up. Madhouse. I think he hit double 18. Or did he hit that? Let's see the little Dark Connect boxy. Nope, he missed it.
Yep. Got a big fat X, which means he busted it.
Well, Roker got his first leg on the board there. And Jeff's average still went up. Now he's averaging 110.
Ouch. Pull up. What's his overall scenario today? Because I have a feeling it might be one of them sort of like, oh boy, there goes the silencer. What's his
he's averaging 110 in this match. Overall average is not super special, actually.
Okay.
No.
He's at 9th overall at an 80, almost 84.
Okay.
But he's had some matches where he's kind of stepped off the gas because he's been able to.
Yeah. Well, to his credit, unlike others, and that's why his name is, in so many conversations, he literally does have those multiple gears and multiple games. Yep. He has an A, B, and a C, and and can, like you said, control him to a bit. He goes up, he's gonna pull off of the gas a little bit, does enough to get across the finish line, and I think that's the international experience is what brings that on too. You got
to save some in the locker for the finals.
You have to.
Absolutely.
You look at Jim playing these past weeks, and you've got 2-3 Players Championships, back-to-back days with the European qualifier. Like, yeah, you have to learn, management of not just time, but your strength and energy and all of that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
Savvada is up 5-0, by the way.
Hypothetically speaking, if you want to make the run in all 3 events this weekend, you're looking at potentially playing 21 matches.
Mm-hmm.
You can't give 100% in every one of those matches because you're going to just get burnt out. You're going to get tired. You're going to get mentally drained. You need to figure out where you can kind of hone back a little bit and rest a little bit. And
we started seeing that with Savvada, right? In his 3-match win streak, and that same weekend, where by the last day he was worn out, man, and just scrounging across that finish line.
While still getting the job done, though. That's the caveat to me, though, because we've also talked about sometimes where we watch players who aren't as seasoned as Smith and Butler and Young and Cameron sort of thing. As they're coming up, they'll be up a match, let's say 4-1 in a race to 5, pull up a little bit, and then lose a leg or two. And then if you do that too much, there's another way to exert too much energy when you didn't need to. Like, put the guy away. If you're up 4-1, put the guy away. Don't let them stick around for a couple of legs that are unnecessary. Because if that goes on in too many rounds, you've now played an extra match when you didn't need to.
100%.
So as we see, Savvada's making a big push. He's just about put away Anstey. So we're going to see on our feature board coming up a matchup between Michael Wynn in his first appearance in a quarterfinal against the overall number one. Well, if Savvada holds on, the overall number one
He
seed.
did.
So
it is
there you
over
go.
6-0.
Hugs abound. So we will have a Wynn Savvada matchup. Let's give the folks around the bracket, David, before we step away.
Yeah. So right now you're looking. We got Savvada Wynn coming up in your top 8 match. Winner of that one will play the winner of this Jeff Smith Jason Roker match,
which is where
that Jeff Smith is sort of running away with. It's 4-2 right now. So, I mean, Roker is still hanging in there. And then the other semifinal will be Bunts, who already booked his place, playing the winner of David Cameron and Gary Mawson.
Which is going on
currently 2-0 Gary Mawson.
Ooh.
Oh, boy. So, Sean?
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff coming up here, right?
Yep. So, do we want to take the lead, get us out of here for a moment while we regroup?
Yeah. All right. Well, stay with us, folks. We'll be right back with more from the Winmau Darts Championship. We're going to keep the same split, I guess. Unless we're not.
Let's go to commercial and we'll talk about it in production.
All right. Sounds good. We'll be right back.
Well, we figured...
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live once again here at the Winmau Darts Championship, event number 1, as we start the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, we have a fantastic matchup. Of course, someone who is in this position many, many times, and Adam Savvada, the number 1 seed, but he's taking on Data, making his first quarterfinal appearance in the CDC, and we love to see things like that.
Well, this is what this circuit is all about. It's about putting in the time and eventually taking advantage of the opportunities given to you. So it is Michael's first opportunity to be in the quarterfinals. No easy task in the 1 seed, right? But this is how careers get made. These are the moments that you have to take if you want to progress. We talked a little earlier about, the seeds coming into a weekend like this. You look at a lot of the top seeds, standard bearers for the last couple of years in a Savvada, a Bunts, and a Gates, and Mawson even, who's playing great right now against Cameron. But then you flip it over and you look at that second half of those seeding, players that have taken opportunities like a Roker, Robinson, McCarg, and Caldwell. This is the position that Michael Wynn is in, to take the opportunity and make the most of it.
Yeah, we'll see if Michael Wynn can win this matchup and make it to that semifinal bout. If he does so,
60.
he will be taking on Jeff Smith in the semifinal. Stowe Bunts is already there as well in the semifinal. He awaits the winner of Gary Mawson, David Cameron. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's going to be Gary Mawson, as he just won 6-0 with a 99 average over David Cameron. So the matchup for that semifinal will be the guy who averaged 99 versus the guy who averaged 105 in their previous matches.
And not to look past this, that'll be coming up right here on our feature board. That's going to be the semi that we feature here, Bunts and Mawson. But we're here just getting underway. Savvada win. So there's 5 players still alive. Savvada win, Smith, Bunt, Mawson. One of them will be your 2026 Winmau Darts Championship winner.
And I'm going to be honest with you, no matter what, if it's 1 match, if it's been 5 matches, whatever the case may be, if Gino Florian ends up as the number 1 in averages tonight, you bet your bottom dollar that he's going to be talking about that to all of his Buffalo friends, especially Ed Levesque, for days, months, maybe even years, as Ed keeps talking about his 107 average that he had in 1 leg. And what a setup there from Savvada. 174 to leave 60.
But Wynn's been right with him, but he needs another triple, doesn't get it. So a little bit, just a step back, and in the long run, Savvada pegs tops. In the long run, that's not a place that Wynn's going to be able to live. He's going to have to get out in front of Adam at some point. Adam is not going to give him a plethora of opportunities in this match.
60.
Yeah, absolutely. He will not do that at all. It's not in his nature as the Reaper. He doesn't give very many second chances. If he shows up, it's for one reason.
As a bad-ass mofo number 1 seed. I mean, that's how you get there. You don't give people opportunities, right?
I want everybody to know that was Anthony who said that, not me, in case the principals want to talk to me about that.
Sending all inquiries to Anthony Eugenia at Champ Darts, and I will promptly delete them.
Hey, this is what happens. It's after 10 p.m. Eastern time. Anything goes at this point. That's the whole rules of commentary.
The rules of commentary. Number 1, don't talk about commentary.
Exactly. And number 2, if it's after 10 p.m. Eastern time, you can say whatever you want.
But this is so here's an opportunity though. Yep. Both getting out of the blocks a little slow. Michael just a smidge, but with the throw, Michael's gotta take this by the throat when a Savvada opens up 60, 85, 50, 55, but he's not doing that yet. Early, of course, but you just cannot be playing the number 1 seed and cede any ground. You gotta take every little inch and fight to the death for it.
Well, in another situation, right, it's not just that Adam's the number 1 seed. He also has played multiple matches on this feature board today, and that can be a little bit of an advantage. It's not going to be as much of one because Win has played on multiple streaming boards before in the past, so it's not going to be anything new to him. But just in a day, being comfortable with that board and that quiet environment versus the a little bit more ruckus environment out in the main hall where most of the dartboards are located, just is it's a different
I think
vibe.
I think that's pretty legit. I think you're right. You know, even if it's just isolated for today. You know, Adam's been up there all day. Double 10.
100. Michael, you require.
So no, I think there's some definite validity in that.
When not going to hit it.
60.
So Savvada comes back with double 10 for a 2-0 lead.
Yep. Bring us home, and then we'll take a look at their histories.
Double 5.
Game shot in the second
Does
half.
find on the last start. So 2-0 Savvada.
This is the first meeting between the two, you know, and you know, we've talked about Adam obviously for a lot of the night and his amazing record on the circuit. You know, Michael about halfway experience, 69 matches overall, winning nearly 30 of them. So, you know, the winning percentage not great, but we've seen him have a little bit of success, and it's and he's another one of those players that are still in the maturation process.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a younger guy in general. Hails from the East Coast. He's a Boston Red Sox fan, which makes me a fan of him. I know that it's not your cup of tea there, AE, being a New Yorker yourself, but it's one thing that him connect on pretty well. And then, of course, you got Savvada, Parker, Arizona, and
I think we got all three in. That's a 180 for the Reaper, Adam Savvada.
There it is. And just love when that gets to come out.
But the hidden gems for Win, you know, 75 average, of course, to be successful on this circuit, you know, that's got to be upped a bit, but it's not terrible. And, you know, the form guide from our stats database shows, you know, he's won 6 of his last 10, and that doesn't include today. So, you know, on the winning side, most recently in CDC for Michael Wynn.
Yeah, 4-0 today.
60. Adam, you require 90.
Heading into this match. And he's averaging just a touch over 80 in the average, which he's definitely below right now. And Savvada just cleaned that up beautifully for 14 darter. And that's what Adam Savvada can do, right? 3-0 lead, halfway to the finish line.
42.
After just molly-whopping his previous opponent in the quarters. 6-0.
Winning legs can come fast and furious for Savvada.
He's one of those players that when he speeds up a little bit, he actually throws even better.
I fully concur with that. You and I have personally watched enough of him over the last 18 months. I agree. That's not a detriment. Traditionally in darts, a lot of times, I know outside of the younger Europeans now, but sometimes players will be told to just slow down a little bit. Being too fast can be just a little reckless. I concur. It's a tempo thing. When you see him get a little quicker, it's he's feeling good.
Yep.
They're coming out of his hand well, and he's kicking into gear.
Yeah, and I can think of just one other player that's kind of like that in a different way. Chrissy Grimmel, who is a fantastic female dart player, mostly stays with the soft tip game, but she will actually walk hard her third dart forward. Like she will step forward as she's throwing that third dart. And you know when that's happening, she is on her game because she does not miss that third dart when she steps forward very often. But just as we're saying that, data out in front here in leg number 4.
85.
And he will get 6 darts from 164.
He's got to keep his cool and get in it, get a triple. Doesn't do it. So, you know, 104 is not the easiest, and we'll see what kind of pressure Adam puts on. You would expect him to at least cut this in half.
It's going to be all three in that.
130.
Oh, that was unlucky. The third one to go in. That first start was right there on the bottom wire. AE sitting so pretty for Adam to stack two more. Well, got rid of the 24.
Tops.
I think it's a bit sensible they did not go tops there.
You think with 80?
Yeah, I mean it's up to you, obviously, right? 36.
48.
Not going to go this time for Savvada.
Okay. Double 10 for Michael Wynn to get his first leg on the board.
Got to hit this.
Game shot in the
He does.
He does.
Fifth leg is Adam.
Ooh, 3-1.
Yeah. So let's have some fun and go back with that. So 104, is he throwing at a 888 intentionally, or is he going 16s?
My guess he's going 16s there.
Yeah, because
416s to leave tops.
416s leaves them tops, right? So I guess that's part of the parlay of the safety valve, right? If you hit that still gives you. So your options are with 80. 2 darts. I know that, super old school, and 2 darts is still kind of valid to go to 16s. You were there anyway, same neighborhood, right? So you could make a play for that.
I do agree with that.
The reason I really called for the tops is because it almost felt like showy, not in a disrespectful way, but like from top to bottom. Like what a way to really, kick the engine in to go 888 double on the tops.
Yeah, textbook 104, right?
Yeah, but it's like, can you, like high risk, high reward. Can you imagine?
Exactly.
If that all goes in, you're literally going to stride back from the board as you pull those darts out.
And he needs a little bit of a spark, right? You can see he comes off after that win of the last leg, and he is flat, completely flat through his first 9 darts here. And Savvada gets angry when he loses a leg, it looks like.
140.
I think that's legitimate, Sean. I think, you can make and now obviously things are moving so fast that you may not make this in that sort of nanosecond, but you're down
100. Adam, you require
you're down a leg or two, like go for it. There's not a lot to lose. But there's probably a lot more to be gained if you can pull it off.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
And Savvada's making cleanup duty look so easy. That one done in 15.
Game on.
If nothing,
Raising
you
that
got a
average up to
kick-ass
88.
highlight video, and then I'll leave it alone. That's the last thing I'll say.
There you go.
100.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little highlight for you to look back on and be like, at least I did that. But AE, I think that this is exactly what we want to see overall, right? Is the top, our semifinalists throwing the best that they've thrown all day long, getting to this point. And we see that all 3 of them so far that have qualified for the semifinals threw above 90 in their last match. 2 of them hovering right around that 100 average. Moss 99, and then Jeff Smith, a skyrocketing 105.
And that's a 180 for data. Michael Wynn.
60.
There you go. I love hearing that call from you. I used to take it from you, and I realized, why am I doing that? That's your thing. If I'm on the call with you, I'm just going to send it to you. Unless you miss it.
Which never happens.
Never.
So what? Yeah, tremendous leg here from Wynn on an even 100 after 9. So, this conversation may be back into play if he misses the triple. He doesn't. Tops.
80.
He'll
Inside
return.
the wire, but he'll be back.
Would have been a lot cooler if he would have gone out in 11. But as long as he goes out, that's what's important.
Yeah, indeed. That's just sort of when ego and worrying about averages and stuff can sort of get in the way. You really do say, hey, it would have been so sweet to have an 11 darter, and you let it creep into your head for no good reason. That's the most important job, is hitting that double 10. And Michael Wynn puts his second leg on the board.
Now in a 14 darter. He's going to need more of that if he wants to come back against Savvada, though.
The winner of this takes on Jeff Smith. That will be on board 3 on PDC TV. Here on our feature, we've got
Yeah, you're right. Don't look
Okay.
at me.
Yep. I saw Sean. Sean was giving me a head shake. Yeah. For whatever reason, I would logistics or something. They're moving that over to 3, so you can find that on the toggle on PDC board 3. And then on our feature board here coming up will be Stowe Bunts, the 2 seed, taking on Gary Mawson, the 6 seed. The Mauler having one of those signature Mawson runs.
Except that 99 average is definitely more throwback Gary Mawson than signature Gary Mawson. You know that's in his ballpark, but that 99 that's a top dog average for him at this point. But again, he keeps making semifinals and finals and quarterfinals in these tournaments, and he continues to do so season after season. Of course, the only player to play in every single Continental Cup, and it looks like he's on track to make sure that happens again this year.
Michael, you require
You put together 2 or 3 of these runs, it puts you in there. Michael, talking about little runs, I mean, I know right on your screen there, that 78 doesn't look spectacular, but in the last 2.5 legs, Michael Wynn has really kicked it into gear. 3-ton-plus scores here, 121 after 9, leaves 72, and he'll get a chance at that 72.
61. Michael, you require 72.
So 16s will be the route. Another one for tops. Misses the big number.
And that's going to be brutal if Savvada comes back and hits that 128.
And that's what champions do, punish. So he'll sort of have... Did he hit the triple? Now he's got to hit a triple again, right?
Well, he did. Not the right one.
Understood. No, I heard this on Modus the other day. It's one of those odd numbers where it almost behooves you to hit the single.
Michael, you require 40.
Right?
Yeah, it makes it easier.
You have to hit another triple, right?
Which almost means that you should go a different route. I don't know what different route you would go, though, if you're trying to hope for a miss on the first start. But Data unable to take advantage.
128, I don't know that there are that many mathematical routes. It might be one of those just odd numbers in darts that really pins you in. Double 16.
Game shot in the
Goes.
second leg.
16 it is.
Yeah, and that one, Mike's going to kick himself on because he was on a finish after 9 and then took a little bit too long getting down to the finish, and Savvada was able to steal it from him. 5-2 lead now for Savvada, 1 leg away from that semifinal.
And to your point, that's exactly right. That's where, 2 players in their in different points of their progression in their CDC careers we'll look back at stuff that's that's a place that separates them, and Michael's got to look at that if he does doesn't take this match, doesn't come back. Looks at moments like that, like I've got to seal the deal there when I'm at it and when I'm in that position after 9.
I mean, AE, if Adam ends up winning this, the semifinals are 3 former Continental Cup champions and the
81
number 1 seed.
Correctamundo. What a way to start year 12.
That is a championship for the Winmau Darts Championship for sure.
81.
Cream rising to the crop here in event number 1. And also we'll put Jeff Smith in the driver's seat after one event in the order of merit for the number 1 Canadian spot.
For MSG, sort of a mini order of merit over the first 4. The top United States player and the top Canadian player will earn a berth in the PDC US Darts Masters and PDC North American Championship.
112.
And Savvada sets it up beautifully. We'll come back with 28 left. All Data can do is hit a 180 here just to put some pressure on. He does exactly that.
Adam, you require 28.
That's a 180 for Michael Wynn.
Might be too little too late.
No,
Well, double 3.
Don't touch him, Adam.
The way his darts sit in the board, though, double three is actually not a bad double for him. Ew.
25. Michael, you require 12.
That was gross.
in a different way. But Data has to hit this. And he doesn't.
Score.
Savvada's in the straight jacket.
3.
Can he Houdini his way out of this?
Ever difficult one, double one. Got the big one. Let's see if that flight.
Game shot.
Nope.
And the
Flight
match.
doesn't cause him
Adam
any
Savvada.
problem. And Adam Savvada shuts the door on Michael Wynn here in the quarterfinals.
It was honestly a great run today, though, from Data. Really cool to see him make his first quarterfinal appearance in the CDC, and what a way to start off the year for him. That's a stepping stone in the right direction to a very good potential run this year. But, ladies and gentlemen, that, again, we talked about it just a second ago, but that brings our final four into play here. Stowe Bunts, Jeff Smith, Gary Mawson, Adam Savvada. I don't know what more you could possibly want than that in your semifinal lineup. We will be featuring Gary Mawson versus Stowe Bunts on our feature board. And then on board number 3 will be Jeff Smith versus Adam Savvada. So don't go anywhere, folks. A lot more action still left to come here at the Winmau Darts Championship right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Welcome back to the Winmau Darts Championship, coming to you live from Niagara Falls, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 Winmau Darts Championship live from Niagara Falls, New York. We have a tremendous Final Four coming to you now. On the top side of the bracket, the 1 seed Adam Savvada takes on Jeff Smith. And on our feature board in front of you, the number 2 seed Bunts takes on the number 6 seed Gary Mawson. My name's Anthony Eugenie, and I'm joined by David Garfinkel, and we're going to take a look at this matchup. 4 powerhouse players, David. The 2 in front of us, as big time scorers as you can get. Give us a little look at if they've played each other before and what we should expect from their form today.
I mean, as far as form goes, Stowe's been around that 90 mark. Came through a grueling match against Dougie Boehm that we caught a little bit of, where Dougie hit some massive checkouts, forced a last leg decider, and then Stowe just chucked in a tidy little 14 darter in the last leg, even with Dougie opening with a 180 to get there. Gary Mawson, on the other hand, well, his quarterfinal match was just a 6-0 win over our current cross-border darts challenge champion, David Cameron, and chucking in a tidy little 99 average there. So that says everything about Gary's form so far today, as he's been around that low 90s mark. As far as head-to-head goes, 7 times they've played. Stowe is 5-2 against Gary, including going 3-1 against him last year, including a Continental Cup top 8 matchup between the two of them. I believe a couple of their matchups were only their first matchup was in the set play at Niagara last year, where they met in the finals, and Stowe took out Gary. And then Stowe also beat Gary in the finals of event number 7. So they have a history of meeting each other late. Stowe has been on the better end of it so far, but Gary looks like he came to play.
Yeah, we talk about Gary Mawson having these spurts throughout a season, 16 events over the course of a season. Gary Mawson is sort of, you've come to expect now in the last couple of years, is going to be 2 or 3 where he is just going to just sparkle, play, tremendous all day long. And this is one of them. Usually it comes around, it's like a July thing for Gary, but here we are in May, and the Mauler is making a big run.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gary's one of those weird players where he either has it or he doesn't. And you don't often see him grinding out results if he doesn't have his A game. So he has a lot of top 64, top 32 exits, but then he has a lot of top 8s, top 4s, finals appearances.
He balances those out with those runs, and to his credit, like we've said, he's made every single Continental Cup. On the other side of the bracket, Savvada and Smith out of the blocks quick. They're already in leg 3, tied at 1 apiece. Savvada 105 average. Smith a good amount behind that, throwing an 82 average. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've seen a lot of Savvada today, and it looks like he's peaking at the right time.
A lot of Savvada.
Indeed, I like that a lot. Look at the mauler, opens up 2 in the bed. Did my eyes? Yep, my eyes did not deceive me. A 125 from Mawson to open this up.
60.
Yeah, and Stowe is going to have to find his scoring power, I think, quickly in this match. Otherwise, it could get away from him very, very fast.
41.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
180.
And Bunts, I don't know how to phrase this correctly, but maybe this will make sense to you. He's been a quiet 2 in that, obviously a couple of years ago he sweeps Canada. He's not a subtle guy, let's say, obviously with his attire, and makes a big run at the Grand Slam. But as of late, it feels like the CDC is about Savvada, about Gates, about Cameron, you know what I mean? But yet quietly, Stowe is still gone on, won a couple of events last year. Like I say, still the solid, dangerous number 2 seed, but seems almost in a quiet way as of late.
I mean, I still think he won 4 events last year.
I think 3. He was just a tad bit behind Savvada, so he was in the 2 to 3. I think 3
he won
is the
4.
number.
He won 4 last year.
Did he win 4?
Yep.
Thank you for that correction.
2, 7, 10, and 12.
Okay. So there you go.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the reason why he's kind of that quiet number 2 is just because Savvada was such a loud number 1.
Okay. Fair counterpoint. All right, Stowe went single 20 for tops.
32. Gary,
all right, so Mawson, you can't say he's gonna steal the leg. He's on throw, but with Bunts looking on tops, we know how good Bunts can be on tops. Mawson sort of gets a little reprieve from a Bunts break.
Yeah, and Bunts had a little bit of a slag visit there on a setup shot after going 180, 135. They kind of opened that door for Mawson to get this chance. But now,
game shot in the first
Bunts,
leg. Stowe Bunts.
tops,
Second leg.
death,
Stowe to
and
throw
taxes.
First. Game on.
And Stowe Bunts on tops. So an early break from Bunts, and we've seen him many, many times shut the door and hold after 100. A big break. So we'll see what he does with that, and see what Mawson has left in the tank. Savvada up 2-1 on the other side of the bracket.
Averages coming down to earth a little bit, but Savvada also busted a 120.
Ooh.
$85.
All right, so the story so far is, Bunts putting in those two triples, 3-figure scores, and Mawson just a bit behind him, a 140 for Bunts, and a little, how I was framing things for the match we just saw between Savvada and Win, that just puts, Mawson just every turn,
60.
just a few points back,
Stowe,
to where, it. Like right here, this is where we're in trouble. After 9, Bunts in great position at a 1-2-4. Mawson back at 2-7-4.
50.
Desperately needs those additional, two triples that he's not getting.
Yeah, but this was kind of the position of the last leg, and then Mawson came out with a 140 and a big 136 back to back to leave himself on tops. Not going to do it this time. Was looking for that 105 to leave himself the 170 at least, but Stowe with a shot at double 16.
Holds his throw,
Gary to throw
and
first.
we're up 2-0 for Stowe Bunts.
and that is definitely your ideal start to a match.
Mm-hmm. And in fairness, I know what your point was that Mawson has the ability to string together 2 turns in a sort of fashion, but it's going to be difficult to keep that up on a regular basis.
Oh, 100%. When someone is scoring the way that Stowe has come out of the gate scoring in this leg, it's hard for anybody to keep up with it. And it's hard to it's tough to step to that Aki and every single turn feel like
46.
if you miss a triple 20, you blew your chance at that leg.
So Bunts looking to find a triple, doesn't, spreads it out there, 57 scored. Gives Mawson a little bit of a reprieve. Like, this is where Gary's really got to step up and hit that 140, and a single 5 is not going to be
30.
And 2 singles 5s is going to be even worse.
Yeah, and that's just...
And Stowe makes him pay.
Makes him pay for it,
But it's also the little things about Stowe, I think, also often go underrated. Like his turn before this one, he switched down to the 19s, the second dart.
Mm-hmm.
Had a good marker for a trip 19 for the third one, still switched to the 18s. The reason why? To leave the 3-4-4, which leaves him a 6-dart checkout.
84.
Understood.
If he hit the single 19, he no longer has that 6-dart checkout. And that's something that Stowe has always been a proponent of, and he starts counting up in the 400s.
Yeah, he's playing
to make sure to leave himself those.
Playing the longer game.
32.
Mm-hmm.
So Mawson, it's a ton at least that he needs, and that'll go into that effort. Now he's just got to keep him straight up and down, but it's going to be a bucket full for Mawson. 140.
See how much pressure Stowe could put him under for that 105 checkout. Still going to need to go right over the top. Nope.
Remaining.
Opts to switch.
Gary,
Beautiful switch there.
Almost feels like this 105's got to go. Double 16.
73.
Just on the outside wire.
And you could see more Mawson's facial expression told the tale there. So
there's just a little correction there to Stowe's score.
Stowe, you require 40.
So Stowe Bunts looking to take a 3-0 lead. Moves down for 2 10s.
Shot in the third leg. Stowe
2
Bunts.
10s it is. So Stowe Bunts
Fourth leg.
comes racing out
first.
to a 3-0 lead that includes 2 breaks a throw.
And in our other semifinal, we're currently looking at Adam Savvada with a 3-2 lead
100.
over Jeff Smith, as they keep teetering back and forth, but they are both throwing heavy punches at each other right now.
121.
If Mawson can clean up those couple loose starts into the 1s and 5s, though,
180.
he can definitely find himself climbing back into this match. But that is the second 180 of the match for Stowe Bunts in this fourth leg.
The Neon Nightmare is just bringing it at the mauler.
30.
He likes Niagara.
He does.
22.
So let's see, can Mawson put together the 350 in 6? They're all going to have to be perfect, and that ain't perfect.
A rarer shot than the 9.
70.
So even after the small hiccup of a 22, Bunts still
96.
in fine position to take leg 4, and he sets that up nice and tidy. I mean, 103 is not the most beautiful shot, but a 96 works in that spot.
Absolutely. And I mean, he was looking at that, assuming that he had 9 darts with Gary back on 280.
Mm-hmm.
So not a ton of pressure, just stay steady, stay solid.
54.
So Mawson's just it's just got to be about trying to find some scoring here, and just hope that he gets another look at something.
135.
And those falls into the fives are just killing
Still
him.
you
I mean,
require
135 is
48.
nice.
Double 16 for a 4-0 lead here for Stowe.
32. Gary, you require
Not
55.
gonna go. This is the first little opening here for Gary. $15 for tops. Gets the 15. Just under the wire, chasing it down to the
Game
10s.
shot in the 4th leg. Gary Mawson.
And he gets his first leg on the board.
Fifth leg.
A break of throw right back now.
Gary to throw first.
And Gary
Game
is
on.
saying, don't count me out yet.
And this is the work that Bunts didn't the extra work that Bunts doesn't want to have to do, knowing that he's going to go into a street fight of a final. 4-0 looks a whole lot better than 3-1 with Mawson with the throw, but it's going to be up to Mawson to really push the issue.
Absolutely. And now we also are extending the format. This is a 1st to 7, best of 13 now.
And just a reminder, if you're looking to view
121.
Savvada and Smith, they're on board 3. So if you go to PDC TV, pull up board 3.
40.
Bunts coming out a little bit flat in this leg.
$55.
I've got to refresh my... Oh, okay, what? That is a... I pulled up board 3, and I'm looking at a...
100.
I got to refresh. I'm looking at an old scoreboard. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. We may have our wires crossed. All right, you pull up board 2 in terms of... Yeah, it's listed on board 2. If you go to Dart Connect, they're assigned to board 3. So sorry for the miscommunication on that. I'm going by
64.
what's
Gary,
listed
you require
in
49.
Dart Connect, which is what we used all day to determine where players were going. So go to board 2 on PDC, and you'll be able to see them in crystal clear. So Mawson with the look to
Game
get,
shot,
yep,
fifth
he gets
leg.
that
Gary
leg,
Mawson.
holds his throw after the
Sixth
break,
leg.
and
Stowe to throw
you know,
first.
Mr.
Game on.
Garfinkel, 3-2 now.
Yep. I mean, he still needs to come up with another break of throw to even this game, but
43.
I mean, Stowe has hit a little bit of a lull in this game right now. That last leg was, I mean, definitely subpar by his standards. By most standards, they're still at
140.
265 after 12.
And that's what Mawson must do against Bunts off throw.
96.
I think we're going to see Stowe start switching down to the 19s a little bit more frequently until he gets comfortable again. That's typically his go-to, but Mawson has just been finding the triple.
70.
Savvada with a 1-4-8 checkout to tie that other semifinal up at 4 apiece.
95.
We have 2 battles going on right now in our semifinal matches, but it's to be expected, and that's what we're going to see, I think, this entire year on the CDC Tour.
68.
Mawson, you've got to classify that as a disappointment. Opens up with the triple 20, but only comes away with 8 more points on top of that. That was a place that he needed to make some ground on the Bunts throw.
89.
Yeah, but I mean, Stowe only with an 89 doesn't leave an out, still leaves the door open. Gary has 6 from 2-2-3. Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly, right? You feel it had to be a big turn, and doesn't even get himself to an out. And that might leave a bruise. Bunts with a punishing 1-3-4. I've got to say, I've watched Gary Mawson play for a long time. Very rarely have I seen him
44.
not completely disheveled, but that really threw him off. That 29 into that 44. And Bunts makes him pay for it and goes up 4 legs to 2.
Game on.
Yeah, and I haven't seen Gary miss into the 1s and 5s as much as he has been today in almost forever. He doesn't always drill the triple, but he's usually at least straight.
Mm-hmm. And in fairness, Gary picked up. I don't have it in front of me. Was it last year? The first half of the year he picked up a title, or was it the year before?
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. So we talk about these runs, but this is. Again, no disrespect. Gary's a little later in his career, right? So these are he'll string together these runs, but just run out of gas just a bit, in a semi like this, 41. And that's where, like to your point, we see more of those 1s and 5s than we do in earlier rounds, and or traditionally from Mr. Mawson.
Yeah, I mean, last year he had 2 semifinal runs, 2 final runs.
That's all right.
So old dog still got some tricks.
Oh, sure, and absolutely, like a few others. I'm not going to point at anybody out, but it is truly meant respectfully that there's some players that may have some age on the tires, but have such a high pedigree that the true class and form is there and can come out. Maybe not in the length that it used to, but the ability to put up top-notch darts is 42. Still certainly there.
Gary, you require 88.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, see if Gary's got 6 from this 88, so he has time. He'll probably look at 16s because it doesn't have to go, instead of looking at 20s and leaving an awkward double. He's going to stay there for double 12.
So 20,
64 left.
4 shot, 64.
56.
Ooh, going double seems a little spicy there for Gary. When
you've got to say going from what seemed to be trying to play safe conservative darts to taking a gamble, and you can't say it truly pays off until he hits the second double, but the setup paid off, and look at that. Next dart is the double, and 4-3 with a break.
Got a little thumbs up in the back there by Stowe.
The other semifinal, just a complete slobber knocker, tied at 5. And just a reminder, everybody, this round we go up to best of 13, which is a 1st to 7. So for the semis and the final, 1st to 7,
58
puts it in your pocket.
$180.
And the third 180 of the match goes to Stowe Bunts.
And I've blown all three of them. I'm looking at the chat,
30.
and looking at PDC because people are saying they can't find it. I'm watching board 2, folks. It's available, and yeah. So Stowe owes me one.
36.
I got to give him a call.
But he follows the 180 up with a 36. Leaves him scratching his head. So, big visit here from Gary. Will get him back in this leg, but he needs to find a treble here.
96.
The one is okay. Not quite the punishing turn he had hoped. Still 100, nearly 100 back.
64.
Yeah.
Plus these.
Interesting last start there by Stowe to go bold to leave the 155. I know the 20 was a little bit of a blocker, but I feel like you kind of want to try to move because I feel like a 160
140.
is a better
Still, you
leave than the
require
155.
155.
But this is something that we've seen him take out before last year on the stream. Ain't going to do it this time, though.
But take care of the 5.
45.
Savvada up 6-5.
And the last 3 legs of that match have gone breaks.
81. Still, you require 110.
So Savvada going to hope that he can break that streak and hold, or have the streak just continue and then he wins the next one.
57 shot for Bunts, so 54 remaining. It'll be 14 for tops. Did I miscalculate there?
Yep.
Oh, 50, okay. 57 leaves a 3.
Ninth
My
leg,
apologies
throw
on
first.
that.
Game on.
It's
that
where
is
he
a-
wanted. He was heading in the direction that he wanted to go. Tops, so tops it is for Bunts.
$66.
And he would love to come up with another break here. 6-3 is a way nicer position than 5-4.
41.
It seems like he might be pressing a little bit, though, right now on Gary's throw.
And if Gary senses that, he's got to put pressure on, but he just
55.
can't make it click right now. So Bunts with another opportunity to rest the throw from Gary. He's going to do just that.
180.
Is that in? That's a 180 for the Neon Nightmare. Stowe Bunts.
You asked for it, and he delivered for you, Ant.
100.
Over on the other side, Smith looking for a 170, and we know he's capable to tie it up at 6 apiece. Not going to do it. So Adam Savvada gets a look
140.
at a 104 to get to the final. Can't make it happen, so
100.
Smith is
Still, you
alive.
require 140.
Gary still unable to get himself to an out. Stowe has 6 from the 140. Just going to look to set this up with a straight ton,
100.
which is exactly what he does. He will come back for 40 for a 6-3 lead. Go up that crucial double break.
Yep,
and
just what
Jeff Smith takes the 12th leg. We are going to a decider.
going all the
42.
way.
Still, you
Takes
require
out
40.
18. And so Smith opens
Game
up
shot in the ninth leg. Still
with the
Bunts.
throw in leg 13. And to your
10th
point,
leg.
there we go.
Still to throw
So,
first.
Bunts takes
Game on.
tops and opens up that 6-3 lead that you were putting on the table for him. Didn't open up big, but finished really well. Big 180, followed up by 2 other triple-digit
100.
scores. So
Yep.
Bunts squarely, you'd say, in the driver's seat at this point. First to 7, up 6-3. And the other game, quite honestly, it's
56.
anybody's match.
Yeah, it's fireworks. That last leg, they're right now at 283, 277. Savvada and Smith,
after their first 6, and
100.
Smith a 140 puts him on an out of 137 after 9. Let's see if Savvada can match that. Nope, a 93 puts him just on the outside. So Jeff Smith will have 6 darts at 137 points
44.
to get into the final.
Yep. And Savvada missed 2 darts at the double in the last leg, and it looks like those are possibly going to haunt him. But only a 43 from Jeff Smith on the setup shot from the 137.
Mm-hmm. And Bunts just taking care of business. Ton, 140 puts him in great stead to put Mawson to bed. So 161 for Bunts when he comes back.
44.
Smith doesn't
Still
take out the
require
94, cuts it
161.
in half. 47, leaving 47. So Savvada, 52 points to get to the final. 52 points it is in 2 darts. Adam Savvada is in the finals, and he will await either Stowe Bunts or Mawson, and it's looking very likely that it's a 1 versus 2 seed if Stowe Bunts
100.
puts this
Still
72
requires
points
72.
away.
It is crazy to think how wild today was with seeds going out and upsets galore. Yet at the end of the day, 1 versus 2.
So Bunts has got to fix that a little
Game
bit.
shot
Oh,
and the
he
match.
does just that.
Still
Like you
Bunts.
said earlier, what great, board management from Bunts. Great dart mind, correcting, little mistakes and things like that. Overcomes that, puts away 72 to win this semifinal 7-3, and we've got a showdown between Stowe Bunts and Adam Savvada. Any final words, sir, before we hit a break and reset to bring you back to final?
It might be 11:30 at night on the East Coast. It might be approaching some of your bedtimes, but I would not be going to sleep right now because this finals is going to be fireworks. Make sure to tune in, stay with us, and join us in the booth for this exciting finals to the start of the CDC season.
The chat room puts an exclamation point on it. This final will be crazy, and that's what it's going to be, so don't miss it. We will be right back with the final of the 2026 Winmau Darts Championship.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Make a getaway every single day. Now it won't be long till the party's on.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Make a getaway every single day. Now it won't be long till the party's on.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mikhail's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Welcome back to the Winmau Darts Championship, coming to you live from Niagara Falls, New York.
We are back at Niagara Falls, New York for the final of the 2026 Winmau Darts Championship, event number 1 on the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. I'm Anthony Eugenia, going to do the final, joined by David Garfinkel and the maestro, Sean Green. Take it away, brother.
Yeah, excited to be here for this final. Really looking forward to this battle between number 1 and number 2. Number 1, number 2 on Americans. And listen, they played each other 5 times in the past. They always have fantastic battles. Garfinkel, I know that you know these guys a lot better than most.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I have spent a lot of time with Stowe and Savvada this past year over at Worlds, over at CDC events, coming up in Frankfurt, Germany for the World Cup. But I mean, the two of them, as you could tell by them smiling and laughing, they have a good rapport with each other. Yep. They get along really well. They battle. I mean, 5 matchups, 4 of them have been for finals, 2-2 in those finals. Nope, sorry, 3-1 in those finals to Savvada. Stowe did win their semifinal match. And even more important, no matter who wins this one, if Stowe wins it, he joins the ever-exclusive 10-event champion club with Gates and Cameron. And if Savvada wins it, he joins Stowe and Larry Butler on the 9-win club right on the brink of winning 10. So, I mean, we're talking about 2 guys that have dominated the CDC since 2023, 2024.
And more wrinkles for them to play. We talked about Jeff Smith making an advance to the semis, puts him at the top of the Canadian short order list there for the Garden. Both of these guys are looking to get back to MSG, so this will go a lot towards getting back to the U.S. Masters.
And that's an important caveat to this, right? Because, yeah, both guys want to win the qualifier tomorrow night. Or finish second, and get the job done then, right? But that might not be the case. They obviously are going to be 2 of the favorites to get to that point. But we've always seen in these qualifiers, there's 2 guys you're like, yep. There's always one guy you're like, huh, that it makes sense, but I wasn't really expecting it. And it's always fun when those guys also get the job done. And I know there's a lot of people that are really looking forward to that opportunity tomorrow night.
Yeah, but that's almost what you're hoping for if you're Stowe and Savvada is how about the 2 of us make every single final and then one of us gets the spot through the qualifier so that the other one could get the spot through the order of merit.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all there. And it is insane to talk about the fact that last year you got event number 2 goes to
Tops for Bunts to open up leg 1.
Yeah, nice 14 darter there from Stowe. Death taxes and tops for Stowe Bunts. And it's a 1-0 lead for him on throw as Savvada takes over. But event number 2 in Niagara Falls, the set play event, Adam Savvada lost to Stowe Bunts 4-1. Stowe goes on to win that event. Then Savvada beats Stowe in the final in event number 3, beats Stowe in the final in event number 4 on his way to win 4 straight titles, before Stowe comes back in event number 7 to win that title. So when we talk about just how dominant these 2 players were at the beginning of the season last season and continued with it throughout, I think that this is just another situation where these guys are doing the exact same thing this season.
Yeah, I mean, that was 34, 35 straight matches that Adam won? And for him to start that streak after a Stowe loss, and Stowe's the one that ends that streak as well.
100.
It's a nice little wrinkle there, Sean.
It is. But it's all just talking points, right? At the end of the day, we just want to see some great darts between 2 great darters.
Some might even call it a rivalry.
79.
Ooh, if only they didn't like each other.
You can still like each other and be rivals.
Yeah, they're kind of like teammate rivals.
No, you get. Well, you're telling me you gave me a scenario where over the course of 7 or 8 events they each of them won 4. They played each other in like 5 finals. Sorry, my friend, that's a rivalry.
So you require 170.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
We need more rivalries in this game, and I think these two would make a great one.
Fishy. Oh, we missed it. So Bunts missed it, I should say.
Yeah, we didn't miss it. We would have hit it.
I definitely wouldn't have.
Me either. I don't know why I said that. 8-8. And Savvada holds throw. 1-1 scoreline. And if they stay like this, all that means we get to go to a fun last league decider.
And I don't think that
everybody enjoy the fun.
I don't think that dart in the 8-8 could have been more in the middle if Adam Savvada placed it there himself.
Direction 100.
See Angelo DiGiulio on the call for this final. Huge shout out to the staff once again,
91.
especially the on-site staff that has to work on their feet the entire time. Well, we just get to, right after this, go to our beds, our actual beds, and sleep there. So grateful for those moments and those times, and shout out to the staff for not being able to do that this weekend that's on site, and thank you for all your hard work.
100.
Well, Stowe's throwing like Stowe, like we thought he would. Savvada's found wanting a little bit here early on in this match.
In all fairness, I mean, he came through a extremely tough match with Jeff Smith. I mean, that was neither player really was given an inch in that semifinal.
I feel like a lot of the matches that we've seen today, though, with Savvada, he kind of started off a little bit slow and then kind of kicked it in around the third or fourth leg, found his weight, found his rhythm, and just hit the accelerator.
Yeah, and it was harder to kind of recognize that because he was playing against players that were averaging less than him in those moments, so it almost didn't feel like he was throwing that badly because he was still winning those legs.
Scoring wise, I mean, this is what a 1 versus 2 should be. You know, ton, 129, ton. This is what we're looking for.
42. Adam, you require 110.
Yeah,
They are 1 and 2 and 180s.
You need
double 16 for Savvada.
94.
Oof.
Stowe requires 70.
Yeah, I mean, at this level, you can't have a troubleless visit. That leaves 8-8 for Stowe.
62.
Oh, just on the inside. And Savvada comes back with 8-8 at that same target, and we just saw him pin the dead center of it. He does it pretty much once again, and that's a break a throw that time for Savvada, so it takes a 2-1 lead in this final. And we'll grab a little drink of water before he sets back up, just to make Stowe stew on it for just a little bit longer.
I talked earlier, I've enjoyed working with both of you guys, and I can't remember who I was framing this with about the sort of, we're coming into year 12, so we squarely have had a first decade, if you will, and then now we, turn the corner and start a second decade of CDC play. And, this past cross-border, we put 3 gentlemen in the CDC Hall of Fame, John Part, Larry Butler, and Darren Young, and this is feeling very much like Young and Butler through the first 7-8 years. Final after final, they played against each other. Always the 1 and 2 seed, battle after battle. It very much like the first decade of CDC with Butler and Young.
That's actually what I was just going to ask you, Ant, when you brought up the whole old regime and new regime. If you saw these two guys kind of for the next 4 or 5 years doing that Larry Butler,
49.
Darren Young song and dance, where they're just the anchors of the CDC, for lack of a better term. And
I certainly can. And just like other sports and just like we were supposed to do, I think we've probably gotten a little deeper, right? So there's, obviously Gates is Gates, and Gates is sort of, Gator's been here since the get-go, and he's always been ever present, and he leads the pack in terms of wins, so you don't discount him. And nice one
drills that
combo.
14-darter. 3-1 lead now for Savvada. It's a hole to throw for him. Back to you, sir.
Cameron obviously is really sort of coming into his own as if he could get any better. And, if we get guys like Smith and a few others. So, the competition is going to be fierce. But yeah, I certainly could see these two guys for another couple of years
140.
continually battling out in finals.
So the funny thing, if you think about it and look at it, is when you had Larry and Darren doing all the battles, Gates was still there. Gates was still winning events. He was quietly just like that number 3. And now here we are, 12 years later, 2 new people are your 1 and 2. And Gates is still kind of just there, like, I still exist. I'm still going to pick up my titles. I'm still going to qualify and win stuff. I'm still here, guys. Remember me.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, he'll cash in his couple of trophies every year. We can pretty much count that Mr. Gates is going to go home with at least 2, maybe 3. And you are absolutely right. And be a threat in every major he enters. You are absolutely correct.
Absolutely. And it's cool that you compare these two. I'm sure there's not 2 better guys really to compare to than Larry Butler and Darren Young in their prime on the CDC. So obviously we had 2 Hall of Famers then that you just mentioned and compared these 2 players to as well. And so we're looking at future Hall of Famers in the CDC at some point. And what's crazy is I don't know when's the time. Is this a big checkout opportunity? Oh, just goes inside the wire. So Stowe back on 72 left. And I'm going to stop talking for a second.
You almost think this 72 has to go.
I concur.
27
Not a bad
leaves
miss.
him 45. He's going to look at 5 for tops.
Mm-hmm. Death, taxes, and tops. He waves it off, but he's not sorry.
Absolutely not. And certainly to your point, David, that margins are so razor thin between a 1 and a 2 guys in a form like this. 4-1 is not the place that Bunts wants to be. Absolutely not.
No. So, talking about Gates, talking about championships.
96.
Let's put it on the spot right now. Weekend 3, Indianapolis. Gates lifts one of them because we all know how Gates feels about Indy.
Absolutely, he does.
Oh, gun to my head? Yeah, that's an absolute yes.
Is that
He's got 3 opportunities? Yeah.
Is that his first one of the year?
140.
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a good one.
I'm going to say yes.
My inclination was yes, just because but would I be shocked if he, picked one up in Philly? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But it's just the depth of field is, we can all, 95. I think, reel off 8, 12 more guys that I easily could be handing a trophy to.
Oh, 100%.
All right. Bold take. He does not. He wins his first title in Indy, but he wins tomorrow night's qualifier.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we've seen scenarios like that. Like I think of Cameron, right? Or somebody else did that a year or 2 ago. Great cover shot there from Bunts, like you said. We talked about it earlier.
It's off.
Great board management from Bunts, but yeah, exactly. Savvada, the shot was on, couldn't put it in the second.
I'm trying to remember who won the 2 qualifiers last year.
77.
Jason Brandon won the one in Canada over Cameron. And who did Cameron lose to in Niagara?
Jeff Smith?
No, because Jeff didn't play last year.
In Indy. And still Bunts squares us up 3 apiece with a double 16.
It might have been Savvada.
Back on throw. Yeah, I think it was Savvada.
It was Savvada now because I can see Pete's. I can see the picture we took and the whole deal. Yeah.
And then Stowe made it from the Order of Merit.
Yeah. Yep. And that's part made that big run.
Yeah.
In Indy as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cameron went. Yeah, Cameron went.
Lost in both finals.
Yeah.
78.
But yet,
Grand Slam breakfast.
There wasn't.
Did he get the Order of Merit?
There wasn't an Order of Merit spot last year. It was only the 2 winners.
Yeah.
Gents, neither player is halfway to the finish line yet, and you can see these averages have just very sneakily crept up to a 98 and a 95 total for the 2 of them. We're seeing the final that we were really expecting between these 2.
For sure. And right there, we have another example of Stowe's board management, 302, starting on those 18s.
140.
But
And then Savvada's power and setting up.
yep.
81 after 9 against the
Well,
throw.
They're just so relentless.
Oh.
That, to your point, that it's, it starts solid and it just continues to get better and better and better.
It's one dart at the bowl. He needs to hit it.
56.
And he doesn't because Stowe Bunts set it up with a maximum to leave 36 after 12.
Imagine leaving yourself 81 after 9, and your only dart at a double is at a bull.
Mm-hmm.
And you know you're not going back.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen some fireworks between these two as well early in the year. Of course, the double 12 miss for the 9-darter from Savvada happened against Stowe Bunts.
Yep. No, that was against Gates.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because then Gator hit the giant
164.
checkout. Yeah. It was a good story, though.
It was a great story.
60.
Was it Stowe that almost hit the 9-darter against Adam?
He hit it against Jim Long.
I know he hit one. I think he also went 8 into 1.
He might have.
All right.
And the
There's a reason to debate it right now.
The boys taking a breath here in leg 8. It's like they're taking a breather before they round the corner.
And you say that,
bring
and
us
Stowe
on home.
literally just took a deep breath.
Big opportunity here for Stowe.
139.
And that's a good 139. A lot of pressure on Savvada now to find some trebles, because if he loses this leg and he goes down 5-3 against Stowe, I think that's very similar to 4-1 early in the match, because it's at the later stages.
Yeah.
96.
In fact, it is the exact same difference in the John Part rule of thumb.
And more importantly, is it comes with a break of throw, which gives Stowe the opportunity to hold for a 6-3 lead.
99.
Mhm.
Stowe, you require 167.
And you'll have 6 from 167.
This would be a statement. Does he go for it?
Do you see the
We'll
clothes he's
never
wearing?
know.
He's a showman.
100%. Because I don't think if he wouldn't have gone for the bull, he wouldn't have switched to the 19s.
It's fair.
140. Stowe, you require
Well,
28.
the Reaper's tapping you on your shoulder, Stowe. But first start double again.
Stowe's checkouts have been
Stowe to throw first.
impeccable
Chef's
so far
kiss.
in this finals. And that's kind of
3-star Michelin rating.
that's kind of the catalyst for, I mean, both Stowe and Savvada's game. Their scoring power, we know, is always there. It's if they're hitting their doubles, that's when they hit that level of unplayability.
58.
Savada's in a lot of trouble right this second.
Yeah, similar profile to last leg, but they both, I mean, boy, oh boy, they got things righted fast, but they started off slow in the last one. And
92.
yeah, it is time to get to work for the 1 seed.
I kind of want Adam to speed up a little bit right now.
59.
Well, the opportunity is there.
Like, get set, go.
They've got to all stay there.
100.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with that second dart.
Still can't leave a finish after the first start.
Nope.
So Savvada, 6 starts from 2-5-1. He's got it at trouble, obviously.
90.
Does that. 160 when he returns.
But how much pressure will he be under? The maximum
All of it.
amount
Oh,
of pressure.
A whole lot of
160.
pressure.
174 to leave
Masterful.
32. It almost looks like Adam had a smirk when he started throwing that turn.
Yep.
92.
Mhm.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Stowe doesn't miss doubles in the final very often.
You owe that man an
Wow, he
apology,
misses
Sean.
3 there. Listen, I said very often. It just came late. He still hasn't missed them very often, even with those 3 misses.
The commentator's jinx.
Well, that's right in his wheelhouse. But he doesn't hit it. He thought it was in. Now you got to reset here for double 2.
Game shot in the ninth.
Oh, what a dart.
Adam Savvada.
What a
And what a break
timely
of throw.
dart from Adam Savvada to break Bunts and set up an opportunity to square us at 5 legs apiece.
$140.
It's amazing how cordial these guys are and how good of friends they are, and they can joke around and smile and do all this stuff and still average in the mid-90s and be as competitive as they are against each other. It's really a testament to how this game has grown in general, but 2 of the greats knowing how to stay focused as soon as they're at the line and how to be humans when they're off it.
100%. And remember when we were talking about Dougie Beam and Stowe Bunts and their friendship? Well, I just noticed if you look on Stowe's left sleeve, he's rocking a Dougie Beam "Hello, my name is" sticker in a sponsor spot there.
Very nice. Now I'm gonna go old school on you. You know, not everybody used to, and maybe still doesn't subscribe to the, you know, hey, we're buddies here, you know, mid match and on the Aki, and that's a 180 for the Neon Nightmare, Stowe Bunts. I know we're running out here, but you know, there's some people that do, you know, subscribe to the aggression theory. You know, that it does take a little bit of, you know, I wanna beat this guy to a pulp in competition.
Adam, you require 41.
I think the motivation, though, has switched from beat this person to I just want to win this match and win this title and make it not personally against that person, but just a personal accomplishment instead is really what drives these guys now.
Double 4
we
for
going,
6
Sean?
18. Adam, you
Oh
require
boy, what
That one
what
was
a
not my
miss.
fault.
What I mean, you know, what a turn of events we could have here. I mean, Bunts was hard charging to get that break back.
Another big dart,
6.
and this time he misses it.
So you require 4.
Oh, the drama. Nothing beats darting drama.
I mean, their finishing has been so strong, and now this leg, all of a sudden, things are getting a little squirrely.
No
Wow.
score. Adam, you require 2.
And that's where the sweating and the drama comes in. Double 1 for Adam Savvada to square us up at 5 apiece.
No score. So you require
No score.
Bunts,
Who
other
wants to
side
win
of the
it?
board, but just as dicey.
game shot in the
He's like, is that one in?
Still Bunts.
He can't believe it.
11.
He hit a double.
Throw
It's
first.
a 6-4 lead now for Stowe, and it's a break of throw for him too. So he's throwing for the title.
$46.
Adam's gonna go first instead.
Maybe not. But Savvada's gotta go 3 on the trot. What a tall task against a guy like Stowe Bunts.
And it's even taller when you think about the fact that those 3 on the trot involves 2 break of throws.
And if Dave knows anything, he knows about being taller.
I'm not tall.
55.
Yes, you are.
All right, this feels. Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna put the kibosh on him because you know this is that range where Bunts keeps hitting us with that 174, 171 stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
He'll switch now.
9 darts in, and Stowe has scored 138 points so far this leg.
Well, this is not what he wanted to do on his throw. This one, last thing he wants to do is go to a last league decider. Even with a throw, that's not a task worth taking on when you're playing against Adam Savvada.
No. Assume Stowe's going to look 19s here. He's going to leave himself an out if he could stay straight.
171.
Fills it up.
That's a maxi. The patented Stowe Bunts 171. Adam Savvada on the murder death kill, which is perfect for the Reaper. But Stowe Bunt's going to get the first look here for the title.
Can he join the 10-win club with the champagne finish? Nope.
92.
You can recork the champagne, but he leaves himself tops.
To extend
might
the
only be one
match,
dart to bowl.
Adam Savvada, 88, double 14. 2 sevens.
Game shot in
2
the
sevens for the Reaper, and we've got more darts, people.
12th leg is
Big dart there from Savvada. And now Savada's throwing to send us to a last league decider. This is exactly what we were wanting in this final. Folks, hopefully you guys are enjoying this as well.
I mean, if you're not enjoying this, are you a dart fan?
99.
Question mark?
Or
Exclamation
related
point?
to either Adam or Stowe. Because I'm sure you guys are nervous wrecks out there.
140.
I do love that Stowe has turned darts into a very much family affair with Layla and
81.
Bubba. And then, of course, the missus can travel whenever she's able to. Crystal, who's doing very well overall. And we love to see that.
140.
Indeed. And he hits so many of them 171 maxis. You gotta that clan's got to start bringing their own cards for the 171.
Look at this.
140.
Oh,
I mean, big 140 to get him back into this leg, but Savvada should still have first strike and will have first strike.
140.
and leaves his favorite double.
I can hear Cake singing right now.
40.
If we go the distance and we go for speed, they will not cork for the last leg decider. It will be still Bunts going first. He's got to get the job done here, does Adam Savvada.
Is he splitting it?
Game shot
Nope.
in the
Nope.
12th leg.
He split that double 9 right in half, that's for sure. And it is 6-6, gents.
That's it. This is where we thought we may be. 1 versus 2, 1 leg for the Winmau Darts Championship title.
55.
90 plays 91.
I mean, there is almost nothing separating these guys right now. Scoreline, averages.
96.
I like how Adam's attacking the throw already.
Oh, off the
This is
darts,
brilliant.
he must push the issue, and that is a 180 for the Reaper.
And this is why you don't want to go to a last leg decider with Adam Savvada, right?
Nope. Looking to throw in an at worst 12 darter here.
And to your point, the aggression's got to be there. 140, 180, a hiccup there, but he's at the finish. That's what that power scoring got him. And this is the beautiful setup play from Stowe Bunts.
120.
Not going to leave the finish, though.
You require 160.
That's the tough thing about that 305. If you trip
20?
the first one, you need to trip all of them.
Double 8.
Game shot and the match.
And Adam Savvada is your champion of the Winmau Darts Championship. Comes back from down 6-4 to defeat Stowe Bunts 7-6. What a leg of darts. What a 12 darter in the last leg decider for Adam Savvada to win that. Massive, massive darts and massive display from both players.
Another classic in the saga of the Savvada Bunts rivalry, if you will. Good scoring from both, little pieces of drama there, and they delivered. What a fantastic final And congratulations to Adam Savvada.
Yeah, I mean, it was all the fireworks that we wanted. It was everything we wanted to see. You saw the sportsmanship between the two after it. You saw what it meant for Savvada to win this one. And hey, last time Savvada beat Stowe in a finals, he went on and ripped 3 more. Is he gonna start off the
Don't
year?
put it past him. Don't put it past him to start off 4-0. But adds to his first seed ranking there with more points onto that average. And listen, what an opening night! What an opening event! We got some early upsets from some of our seeds dropping very early, and then of course finishing off with 1 and 2. I don't know how you can expect a different opening night and want something else.
Absolutely. Fireworks from the start to the finish, a record-setting attendance field. We saw big names going out early. We saw big names staying late. So a fantastic opening to year 12 of the championship dart circuit. And thanks everybody for joining us. My last thing, keep an eye on social media for a word with the champion, Mr. Savvada. I'll be joining Sean tomorrow. So boys, bring it on home.
Yeah, Dave, last thoughts on tonight?
I think this was the most unbelievable way to open up what I think is going to be one of the best years that we've seen on the CDC Tour as far as talent goes, as far as the match quality that we're going to see, and the talent level that we have on the tour this year. It's only just begun, as we have 15 more tour stops of this level of excitement and a Continental Cup that will be off the absolute charts this year, I believe.
I agree with that. Gentlemen, I want to say thank you so much for joining me in the booth this evening, virtually, of course, and looking forward to bringing coverage live from PopCon tomorrow in downtown Indy, where I will be doing live commentary in front of a whole bunch of great people there to watch the event. So excited to do that. And speaking of which, guys, I just want to thank everyone for watching along with us. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal this evening. Everyone on Facebook, on YouTube, and everyone on PTC.TV. It means a lot to us. And come back again tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for joining us for the Winmau Darts Championship as we continue the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship. Tomorrow, we are back in action at 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Congratulations once again to our champion tonight, the Reaper, Adam Savvada, that 7-6 victory over Stowe Bunts. Until then, from Peter Cetera, Anthony Eugenia, Jeff Good, L. David Irete, and the rest of the CDC staff, thank you so much for tuning in with us tonight, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your evening.